She's there yet?
Yep.
The newly elected member for Queen's Park, Councillor Marina Lanamaka.
Welcome to Brighton and Hove City Council. I hope you will find your time in office to be interesting and fulfilling, and wish you all the best in your new role. Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest by councillors in any matters appearing on the agenda? Thank you. I move that the minutes of the previous council meetings as set out in the agenda are approved as a correct record of the proceedings. Does the council agree? Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors, colleagues and residents. It is a pleasure to be with you all here today. Last month, I had the honour of attending the South East Reserve Forces and Cadet Association award ceremony at the Flying Museum in Hampshire, alongside the leader of our council and our chief executive. It was a proud moment for Brighton and Hove City Council as we were formally presented with the Gold Award under the Defence Employers Recognition Scheme. This prestigious recognition reflects 3 years of dedicated work to better support our reservists, veterans and armed forces personnel employed by the council. It is a testament to our commitment to inclusion, respect and meaningful action to those who have and are currently serving. Over this period, we have introduced and strengthened policies that directly support our military community. We've hosted training courses led by external organisations to educate both members and officers on the Armed Forces Covenant. We've helped establish the Brighton and Hove Veterans Group and built strong relationships with all 12 cadet units across the city, ensuring their participation in key events such as VE Day, Remembrance Sunday and Armed Forces Day. One of the cornerstone achievements was the creation of the Reserve Forces and Cadet Forces Adult Volunteer Training and Mobilisation Policy, developed in close collaboration with Erich Page from our Equalities team. This new policy provides clear guidance on additional paid leaves for reservists and cadet force adult volunteers so that they can attend annual training camps. This is a vital step forward from our previous special and carers leave policy, and it outlines the legal framework, training, commitments and mobilisation process, ensuring our staff are properly supported in their service. To reinforce this, we've updated our HR systems to record relevant data and leave taken for training. We've also made huge updates to our housing allocations policy in relation to veterans. I would like to extend heartfelt thanks to Erich Page and Wendy Jepson for their leadership and dedication in shaping these policies. Their unwavering commitment to ensuring our council is inclusive and supportive of our serving colleagues has been instrumental. I also wish to thank our outdoor events team led by Ian Baird for their continued support of civic events, including Remembrance, VE Day, VJ Day and Armed Forces Day, and special thanks to our Remembrance Committee and key partners, such as Michael Button from Telk Shelter, whose work in organising Armed Forces Day has helped us to engage meaningfully with our local cadet units, reservists, veterans and personnel. Brighton and Hove is home to a vibrant and dedicated armed forces community. Through these initiatives, we have not only strengthened our internal policies, but also deepened our connection with those who serve, bringing our city together in pride, respect and gratitude. Receiving the Gold Award was a moment for celebration, marked by a stirring performance from an army band and a flypast, and a fitting tribute to the organisations large and small who have demonstrated their commitment to our armed forces personnel and veterans across the southeast of England. Brighton and Hove remains a city that honours service, supports its people and leads with compassion. Thank you. Councillor Sankey. Thank you. Before we move on to today's agenda, I would like to take a moment to reflect on some of the remarkable events and initiatives that have taken place across our city over the past couple of months. August began with a vibrant celebration as I had the honour of launching the Rainbow Run, a 5-kilometre charity event around Hove Park, marking the start of our city's Pride celebrations. This was organised by the Rainbow Run charity, and this year's events raised funds for All Sorts, one of my chosen mayoral charities. The park was filled with colour, laughter and joy. Later that month, I welcomed Simon, Ian and the Rainbow Run Committee to the Mayor's Parlour, where they proudly presented a cheque for £6,000 to support All Sorts' vital work. The following day, my consort and I joined the Pride celebrations, where I had the privilege of starting the parade and travelling aboard the Pride bus. It was a day of unity and unforgettable moments. I was deeply honoured to host a VJ Day service at St Helen's Church in Hangleton, led by my chaplain, Reverend David Hazel. Together with veterans, cadets, residents and community leaders, we paid tribute to the courage of those who served, the strength of families who waited, and the resilience of communities who rebuilt. We were especially moved by the presence of Anne Borden, a 96-year-old Hove resident who shared her powerful story of internment in Lunghwa camp in Shanghai, a story immortalised in the book and film Empire of the Sun. Her words were a profound testament to patriotism, faith and enduring human spirit. I had the pleasure of visiting Pelican Parcel's new office and warehouse in Hove. This remarkable charity redistributes pre-loved and new items from baby clothes to books to prams and playmats to families facing financial hardship across Brighton and Hove. Their work, especially during the cost of living crisis, is a beacon of compassion and community care. We also welcome school children and municipal leaders from Ashikata in Japan, strengthening our bonds of international friendship and cultural exchange. And I participated in the Festival of Chariots, helping clean the streets as chariots were pulled along the seafront. I joined the Army Careers team for a volunteer day cleaning Brighton Beach and learning more about the employment opportunities in the armed forces. I had the pleasure of visiting Tower House, run by the St Vincent de Paul Society, where they hosted a joyful afternoon tea. The centre welcomes anyone over 50, regardless of faith, and offers a wide range of clubs, classes and services aimed at reducing loneliness and improving well-being. And it was a truly uplifting afternoon. I will add they're also dog-friendly. Huge bonus. The Mayor's Charity has been active, hosting a tea and cake fundraiser. Apologies, if you can just bear with us, that's a wonderful film that's coming to you in a minute. It's actually designed to shut me up. No, it was a truly uplifting afternoon. So the Mayor's Charities have been active, hosting a tea and cake fundraiser at the Royal Pavilion Cafe, a lovely opportunity for guests to connect and learn more about the charities making a difference in our city. I also met with the General Manager of the Grand Brighton Hotel to discuss future partnerships and support. This weekend, I'll be joining the Hove and Ada Sea Cadets for a sponsored sleep out in Hove Park, in my tent, to raise funds for my mayoral charities. I've been gathering thermal sleeping bags and supplies, and the Civic Office has shared the sponsorship link, and every contribution goes directly to supporting my mayoral charities, and I'm deeply grateful for your generosity. Looking ahead, in early November, I will host the launch of the Brighton and Hove Buses Santa Bus Appeal at Brighton Town Hall, and in December, I'll be joining the Santa Bus itself with the charities spreading festive cheer and raising vital funds. Last week, we gathered once again at St Helen's Church for the Civic Harvest Festival service, joined by the Lord Lieutenant of East Sussex, dignitaries, community leaders and our armed forces community. And we gave thanks for the gifts of creation and the strength of community. Donations were made to Oasis Food Bank in Hangleton and Lunch Positive, a charity supporting residents living with HIV. We were also joined by Sophie and Jonathan from Mile Oak Farm, who even brought their tractor to the church. A wonderful reminder that farming and stewardship of the land remain vibrant in our city. Next month, I will have the great privilege in leading the city in honouring those who gave their lives in service, with 12 commemorative events taking place across the city from Rottingdean to Portslade. These services are proudly supported by Brighton and Hove City Council and are dedicated community partners, volunteers, faith leaders and armed forces personnel. I warmly invite all members, colleagues and residents to join us in remembrance, to pause, reflect and pay tribute alongside communities across the nation. And a gentle reminder that the Royal British Legion's Poppy Appeal launches on the 23rd of October. Poppies will be available at the Town Hall and across our city, and your support helps honour the past and support those who serve today. Finally, I would like to share a short BAFTA awarded film titled The Run, which Councillor Sankey and I watched at the It Takes a Village event hosted by Brighton Hove Fostering Service last Thursday. The event focused on how to support Black and global majority children in the care system. The film gives voice to young people who have lived in care. Through actors tell the story, the experiences are real. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our fostering services team for the incredible work they do across our city. And now I will ask the AV team to play the 2-minute film. Thank you.
Tom, I wanted to ask, how's everything going?
On your marks, set.
Sorry, love, done.
These are from Lost Property. Stick them on.
Yeah, you know, it's been different. I was tired.
And I need you to make a delivery for us, okay?
Yeah, oi, where you going? Oi, where you going?
I suppose I felt like giving in.
So, do you know what foster care is?
Just them knowing that you're around and that they can go to you if they want to.
It's not what I expected.
Is that Poppy coming in?
Yeah, can you get some biscuits?
In what way?
I thought they'd let me down like everybody else. You don't know how it's gonna go.
I've been here a while now. It's really okay.
I didn't know who they were or why they would care.
No.
About me. At first I just wanted to run
Just kicked my foot and I went like.
all the time.
Tom, it's all right.
I'll clear it up.
And now? Do you still want to run?
Yeah. Yes, I do. And next time, I'm gonna win.
It's the third time I've seen it and I'm still crying. Beautiful film. Councillor Sankey, do you or your Cabinet colleagues wish to make any announcements? You have up to 10 minutes in total.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We gather this afternoon in the shadow of tragedy. The recent terrorist attack at Heaton Park Hebrew Congregation Synagogue in Manchester on Yom Kippur, the holiest day in the Jewish calendar, was a vile betrayal of everything we stand for. Days later, a vile and hate-filled attack on Peacehaven Mosque just across our boundary shook our community again. These acts of hate are not just attacks on places of worship. They are attacks on all of us, on our way of life, on our tolerant and diverse society. Let me be clear. Hate has no place in Brighton and Hove, nor anywhere in Sussex. We must redouble our efforts to root it out. This week is Hate Crime Awareness Week. I urge every resident and councillor, if you witness or experience hate, please report it. Stand together, stand firm. Everyone in Brighton and Hove has the right to feel safe. October is also Black History Month. This year's theme, Standing Firm in Power and Pride, is a tribute to the resilience and strength of the Black community. Power is not about title, it's about collective courage and unity. As a proudly mixed heritage person, pride is the golden thread of Black communities worldwide. I'm proud that there are so many events going on in the city to celebrate Black History Month. Please do get involved and ensure that Black voices are heard, valued, and celebrated in our city. We are living through a time of change. Since our special full council, we have submitted a forward-thinking proposal for local government reorganisation, a 5-unitary option shaped by local consultation and a vision for a stronger, more equal Sussex. The government's consultation could launch as early as next month, with decisions by March, legislation before summer, and new authorities live by April 2028. This is real public sector reform, driven by local voices. And we are bringing power home. Our devolution deal will deliver £1.4 billion of new investment into Sussex and Brighton over the next 30 years. £38 million a year guaranteed for a new strategic mayoral authority. And this is just the start. This is money we would not otherwise have, money for jobs, homes and opportunity. I want to pay tribute to Councillor Hewitt for his outstanding work to deliver this, and I'm excited about the next step we hope to take tonight. Last month, our Labour government confirmed £20 million for Whitehawk over the next head on. We will directly purchase up to 200 temporary homes for homeless families, investing £10 million. Vulnerable families and, crucially, children and young people will be at the heart of our housing and homelessness strategy. Too many children are growing up in temporary accommodation in this city, and that must stop. We will use council-owned sites like Slipper Baths and South Downs Riding School for housing. No new eligibility criteria, just prioritising those most in need. Our new food waste collection service is off to a flying start under the leadership of Councillor Rokin. 11,000 properties are already receiving the service, with all rounds completed on time. When issues arise, our crews are responding quickly. We're building a cleaner, greener Brighton and Hove, and we've also announced a new neighbourhood team to work with our council tenants on improving their places. And we are investing in our communities. £400,000 in grants from our Community Catalyst Fund will support local groups and voluntary organisations, improving wellbeing and tackling poverty. Nominations for Freedom of the City are now open. Our city is full of remarkable people, so please consider nominating a worthy recipient. And I'm delighted, as you've already mentioned, Madam Mayor, that we've been awarded the Gold Award for the Defence Employer Recognition Scheme, a testament to the hard work of our staff and to you as our Armed Forces champion. So thank you for everything you've done to achieve this for our residents. Madam Mayor, I was pleased to host Secretary of State for Energy Security and Climate Change last month to set out how we are leading a just transition here in Brighton and Hove. And of course, we are very pleased that our Labour government has now announced that Sussex train services will be taken back into public control from May next year. We are calling time on 30 years of failure, frustration and fragmentation, returning our railways to the service of passengers. Madam Mayor, this is Labour in action: compassion, ambition and delivery. We are building a city that is fairer, safer and more inclusive. We are investing in people, in places and in hope. Let us stand together against hate, for equality, for opportunity. Let us shape a future where every voice is heard, every community is valued and every resident can thrive. I'd like to close by wishing a happy Diwali to all those celebrating in the coming weeks. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillors. Thank you. I've been notified of 4 petitions to be presented today. The petitioners will have up to 3 minutes in which to outline the reason for the petition and to confirm the number of signatories. The petition will then be responded to by the relevant Cabinet member. The first petition is request to implement controlled parking zone, Elmsley Avenue, Brighton. And I would like to invite Andrew Ridgway Brown on behalf of the Matthew Blaze Smith online to present the petition. You have up to 3 minutes to address the meeting, Andrew. Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much,
Matthew. Sorry, 3 minutes. Yeah.
No, it is Andrew on behalf of Matthew.
Oh, it's Andrew.
You got it right the first time. So I'd be very brief, really. I mean, Elmsley Avenue is very near to Preston Park Station and Preston Park itself. And I think we're the only road in the local area that hasn't got parking restrictions anymore. We never had parking restrictions. That means that we get a lot of day commuters and also holidaymakers who want to use the railway station. I mean, understandably, but it means the road gets very clogged up. And the problem is that it's a cul-de-sac with a small mini roundabout at the top. And obviously we have a lot of council refuse collections and garden waste collections and so on. And also there's an increased amount of delivery these days. So any large vehicle cannot get around the roundabout when cars are parked around the edge of the roundabout and in the throat of the roundabout especially. So it makes it very, very difficult. So we believe the most sensible thing is to have minimal parking restrictions implemented in the road with parking permit for the local residents and something along the lines of Monday to Friday only, so that guests can still visit at the weekends, but with a between 1 and 2 p.m. type restriction requiring a parking permit, so that it basically wards off people who want to park there all day to use the railway station. And holidaymakers who have in the past left their car there for sometimes 2 weeks at a time. So we just think it makes sense now to have these parking restrictions. That's it, really.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Councillor Mooton, would you like to respond to the petition?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Andrew, for bringing this petition to Council today. And thanks to the 24 residents who signed this petition calling for enforceable parking restrictions on Elmsley Avenue. I'm sorry to hear of the parking issues you describe, and I'm keen to help. I agree it does make sense at this location to look at this. The parking scheme priority timetable was agreed earlier this year. As part, this includes a review of Zone K in the Preston Village area, will include consultation on the wider area, including Elmsley Avenue. This year, the focus has been on consultations within Hollandine, with consultation now completed, soon to be implemented, and the Neville Road area of Hove, soon to be taken forward with all councillors and residents, where there is significant high demand for parking causing issues of residents. The timetable will be reviewed following these consultations to ensure your area and your street is prioritised in the near future. Prior to any consultation starting, officers will contact all councillors to discuss the options available, including that presented by your petition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mooton. Thank you, Councillor Mooton. I move the petition to be noted. Does the council agree? Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. The second petition is support Brighton buskers, designated spaces, amplification and shelter. And I would like to invite Jao Pangonin in person to present the petition. Jao, you have up to 3 minutes to address the meeting. Hello.
Madam Mayor, councillors, thank you for hearing me today. My name is João Pagano. We have 592 people who signed our petition online. I stand here on behalf of many Brighton buskers, residents, and visitors who believe that music belongs on our streets and seafront. Busking is not just an entertainment. It's part of the spirit, culture, and identity of Brighton. We ask the council to make the Upside Down House an official busking zone and ensure nearby shops are busker friendly. Allow amplifiers and percussion, because playing an amplified facing the sea is like singing into the wind. Create more designated busking spots across the city, including shelters to help protect performance and direct sound. I stress that this is in addition to being allowed to busk anywhere freely in the city. But I must raise a serious legal and moral concern. The new sign at the Upside Down House mentions the Environmental Protection Act 1990, warning that noise in the street may be a statutory nuisance, even threatening seizure of equipment. Yet, the Upside Down House is not a street. It's a beach promenade, a coastal path. The law refers to highways and streets, not beaches. Applying street legislation here is misleading, inaccurate, and in our view, unlawful. This sign must be removed. Beyond law, this is about Brighton's reputation and its economy. Busking brings people here, and many visitors have told us directly, and to quote some, I'll say, I quote, "I'm Swedish, I came to Brighton 3 times in a year for 30 days, just because of the busking. I stayed in hotels, ate in restaurants, went shopping." Others said, "If there were no buskers, I would go to a beach near me. Brighton without buskers would be just another beach." These voices prove what we all know. Busking drives tourism, fills shops and restaurants, and sustains our city in creative energy. Suppressing it is not only unjust, it's bad for Brighton's economy. Finally, there is fear. The sign appeared suddenly with threats of confiscation. Musicians feel unwelcome, even criminalized, in the very spaces that made Brighton famous for openness, creativity. This is not the Brighton we love. I urge this council to not silence our city, protect busking, celebrate it. Brighton should be leading the way in supporting culture, not restricting. Let's keep the freedom, creativity, and music of our city alive and make Brighton the busking capital of the world. Thank you.
Thank you for your petition. Councillor Miller, would you like to respond, please?
Thanks, sir. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your petition and the support you're demonstrating for buskers in our city. As an administration, we agree with the sentiment that the council should support the cultural and social value of street performance. Street performance enriches public spaces by fostering inclusivity, accessibility, and cultural vibrancy, offering a free and democratic platform for artists
to develop their craft and audiences and engage live art regardless of background or ability. Supporting buskers in Brighton and Hove strengthens the city's cultural brand, encourages economic activity, and builds a stronger emotional connection between people and place. However, our approach needs to balance with the need to monitor noise and amplification of noise. These considerations are assessed under the Environmental Protection Act 1990 as extended by the Noise and Statutory Nuisance Act of 1993. Local businesses near the Upside Down House have reported disruption due to prolonged and loud performances. Concerns include difficulty communicating with customers, reduced dwell time, and negative impacts on the trading environment. While many traders support street performance in principle, they have requested clearer enforcement of existing rules to maintain a balance between cultural activity and commercial viability. Brighton and Hove City Council operates a voluntary code of conduct for buskers. This includes no use of amplifiers or drums, 1 hour performance limits per location, avoiding obstruction of public highways, and performing only between 10 a.m. and 10 p.m. Whilst not legally binding, performers are expected to follow this guidance to avoid causing disturbance. The Upside Down House area is acoustically sensitive and adjacent to both residential flats and commercial units. Signage prohibiting amplification and percussion was installed following repeated complaints and enforcement challenges. No license is required to busk, but buskers are expected to play at a reasonable volume and avoid using amplifiers unless specifically permitted. While the council supports the cultural and social value of street performance, we also need to consider this along with the interests of residents and businesses. The current voluntary code of conduct, supported by local bylaws and national legislation, remains the most appropriate framework for managing busking activity in Brighton and Hove. In response to this petition, I have asked the team to further review the situation and respond in more detail to the point.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Thank you, Councillor Miller. I move that the petition be noted. Does Council agree? Thank you. The third petition is the petition objecting to the proposed closure of Rottingdean Library, and I would like to invite Caroline Ellis to present the petition. Caroline, you have up to 3 minutes to address the meeting. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Caroline Ellis, a member of the Save Rottingdean Library campaign group. I'm here today to present the petition to keep Rottingdean Library open under local authority financing. There have been 104 responses to the e-petition, plus 3,779 people have signed a similar petition on change.org, and over 1,000 have signed a paper petition that I have here. In addition, hundreds of local children have made their support for the library clear in a poster competition. The text of the petition stated, "We, the undersigned, petition Brighton and Hove Council to keep Rottingdean Library open under local authority financing. We strongly believe that the proposal to close the library is wrong. Rottingdean Library is a well-used library with separate sections for children and teenagers. This is important in an area that has an increasing number of families and is close to 2 primary schools and 2 nurseries. There are audio books, as well as a wide range of books and groups, such as a book group, which use the library as a central hub for the community. It's also the only place to go for free Wi-Fi and computer access if you don't have these facilities at home. There is support for people to use computers, printers and scanners. We believe that closing this library would have a negative impact on the community, especially for the elderly, children and those less advantaged. We urge you to ensure this library remains open. There is a lot of anger in the local community about the proposals to close the library, with over 200 people attending a meeting on the 9th of September. and more than 50 for a drop-in session the following week. Our campaign has the support of Kemp Town MP Chris Ward. Councillor Jacob Taylor has said that this closure does not have to go ahead. Savings could be found from other budgets. The library is very popular, with around 30,000 visits a year. It seems strange to close libraries when next year is the Department of Education's National Year of Reading. If you do decide to close this library, then it will close and there are no alternatives. I want to finish with a quotation from one of the posters, here's one, that our local school children created. Save Rottingdean Library, we love it.
Thank you, Caroline. Councillor Robbins, would you like to respond to the petition?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and thank you for bringing the petition. We understand the impact of losing a library can have on any community. Unfortunately, as a council, we had to make some tough decisions last year when setting the budget. One of these was to reduce the library revenue budget. We have analysed the data on how libraries are used, the needs of the communities, and the geographic spread of libraries in each area. Taking a citywide approach, the proposal maintains a statutory library service with access to books, spaces, Wi-Fi, computers, still available in 10 libraries across the city, supporting members of the communities. 3 libraries were identified for potential closure, alongside a reduction in evening and weekend hours at Jubilee and Hove Library. We are aware that each library, including Rottingdean, are used by families and children and are valued as community hubs. A 12-week consultation closed on Friday, October the 10th, last Friday, and the feedback gathered through the survey and the public meetings will now support the Cabinet making the decision in regard to the library savings on Thursday, the 12th of December. Your petition will be noted and added to this feedback. Thank you again.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. I move that the petition be noted. Does Council agree? The 4th petition is Bring Southern Water back into public ownership, and I would like to invite Joe Gill and Tanush Kamara to present the petition. You have up to 3 minutes to address the meeting.
Good afternoon. You've got our Southern Water petition before you. Of more than 2,600 who signed, almost 1,000 are within Brighton and Hove. Still, the water industry crisis is getting worse. Ofwat, the regulator, has just agreed to another price rise for the water companies on top of the massive rises we saw in April, with Southern Water near the top. Annual bills rose by hundreds of pounds. Ofwat is not protecting the consumer, it should be axed. Southern Water's CEO, Lawrence Godson, received an 80% pay increase this summer, bringing his total earnings to 1.4 million, despite a ban on performance-related bonuses. Is this merited? The system is broken. Steve Reed, the Environment Secretary, is protecting this broken system by saying we can't afford to nationalise water using the bogus figure from 2018 water industry study that it will cost 100 billion. This is a nonsense claim. Shareholders and bondholders are taking billions in profit while polluting our rivers and seas and failing to invest. Therefore, the appropriate value investment is nothing. Taking water back into public ownership needs cost the taxpayer nothing, as much the smaller costs can be paid for in bonds. You must act to support action on water because the public demand it. 80% want public ownership. Millions of families are having to choose between paying for food or heating, and now we are asking them to choose between paying between food and water. Are we a developing country? These are dangerous times. Reform are knocking on the door. Labour's polling is not doing well. And it's not hard to see why. Water is part of the problem. If our councillors and representatives don't take a stand on basic issues like water in the face of legalised robbery and sewage scandals, you cannot be surprised when reform wins. We are past the point of tinkering. We need bold action. It is a question of political will and a choice. Not bringing water back into public ownership is unaffordable for millions now. The real cost is not taking it into public ownership. More pollution, billions more wasted while shareholders continue to fleece us. Please do the right thing. Stand up for voters and ordinary families who can't afford to put food on the table and pay their bills. Water is a basic element of life that should be in public hands, not a source of super profits. Thank you.
Thank you for your petition. Councillor Okins, would you like to respond to the petition, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for coming today to present your petition. I mean, I agree with a great deal of what you just said. Privatisation of water industry by the Thatcher government has been a disaster, and it was, in my view, a bad idea in principle, and in practice has been even worse. Decades of underinvestment, vast amounts of money funneled into private hands, scandalous dumping of sewage into our rivers and seas, and now bills rising for residents. It is my firm belief that in principle, water does indeed belong in public hands. However, the question of renationalising the water companies now in 2025 is sadly not so simple. DEFRA have estimated that the cost of acquiring the water companies is very high, and I do accept that there's a range of views on what that cost might be, and that, of course, once you have it, if you do acquire it, that there is probably some substantial costs in terms of investing and addressing the historic underinvestment that's existed for so long. Business as usual, though, clearly is not an option, and the government has taken a range of measures to crack down on the water companies. The Water Special Measures Bill, introduced in July 2024, almost immediately after the election, requires money to be ring-fenced for infrastructure investments, which of course is much needed, as well as greater accountability to customers. More recently, the government announced that the regulator, which you reference in your petition, Ofwat, which, let's face it, has been part of the problem all along, will be abolished and replaced with a single, more powerful entity that also takes in functions from the Environment Agency, Natural England, the Drinking Water Inspectorate, and so on. And it's been described as the biggest shake-up of the water industry since privatisation, and comes with a government commitment to cut pollution in half by 2030. I personally, and we collectively, will continue to push for further reforms to the water industry so that it operates not in the interest of profit, but of the people and the planet. And I hope that we one day indeed do see water back where it belongs, in public hands.
Thank you, Councillor Okins. I move that the petition be noted. Does Council agree? I will now move to written questions received from members of the public as detailed in Addendum 2 for this meeting, which has been circulated. The time allocated for public questions is 30 minutes, and we have 9 questions today. I would urge councillors to be brief when responding to ensure all public questions can be heard. I would like to welcome Ahmed Hawazi to join the meeting. I believe this will be remotely. Would you like to put your question, which is also published on the agenda?
Thank you. Can you confirm you can hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you.
Madam Mayor and councillors, please could Brighton Council endorse the plant-based treaty following over 46 towns and cities worldwide? Since I last raised the treaty in February 2024, when 24 towns had endorsed it, the number has grown to over 46, showing momentum. The treaty calls for a global commitment alongside the Paris Agreement to reduce food system emissions and encourage local action. After Edinburgh endorsed it in February 2023, they introduced carbon labelling in schools and universities, staff training and public education. I asked the council to show leadership by endorsing the treaty and making plant-based food more accessible to residents? Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Rokins to reply. You have 3 minutes, Councillor Rokins.
Thank you, Omade, for the petition and for coming, for the question rather than for coming to the chamber, albeit online. You're quite right, food production is, of course, a major contributor to global greenhouse emissions, somewhere approaching 30%, with meat production making up well over half of that. And that's due not only to the very large emissions in relation to producing feed for the livestock over their lifetimes, not to mention water use and so on, but also the role of methane, which of course is a far more potent greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. I think it's about 28 times more powerful in terms of its impact on global warming. And just as an aside, I do think that as a city, we do have to really get to grips with the emissions associated with the goods and services that we consume. We spend so much time talking about energy and all of those things, which is quite right, but we have to start grappling with this wider issue. I'm plant-based myself, I don't mind sharing, and enjoy living in a city that embraces that and offers so much choice. I'm aware of the treaty and its signatories, and I'm looking into what information is available in order to assess the outcomes from those cities in terms of tangible emissions reduction. And if we're convinced that signing up to the treaty would lead to emissions reductions here in Brighton and Hove, then we will certainly consider signing up. In the meantime, I would certainly encourage everyone in this chamber and indeed in the city to eat less meat and dairy, not just for environmental reasons, but of course in the interests of health as well. And if you do eat meat and dairy, please consider buying some of the excellent local food produced here in Sussex. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rokins. Omade, have you got a supplementary question?
Hello. So thank you, Councillor Rokins. I really appreciate your thoughtful response. My follow-up is the council willing to meet with me and the plant-based treaty team to learn more about the initiative and see how we can work together?
Thank you, Councillor Rokins.
Very easy answer, absolutely yes. I think as I referenced in the initial response to the substantive question, what I'm really keen to do is to sort of get to grips a bit more with some of the tangible outputs of what's been achieved in those cities that have signed up in terms of, tangible and measurable emissions reductions. So very, very happy to learn more about it from you, and I'll be in touch after the meeting to set that up.
Thank you, Councillor Rokins. Omade, I would like to thank you for your questions and for joining the meeting today. Thank you. I would like to welcome Adrian Hill in person there to join the meeting. Would you like to put your question, which is also published in the agenda, Adrian? Hello.
Hello. Thank you, Chair. Hello, councillors. Residents have been told by the bus company and the council since 2018 that there is an ultra-low emission zone on North Street and Western Road, but the zone didn't become live until last year. It only applies to buses. It doesn't charge. It allows older, very polluting diesel buses and is actually voluntary. It's not really much of a zone. The online checker says around 20% of the buses are non-compliant and are of the very polluting type. Can we have the official records updated, see the certificates for every bus, or review the zone, please?
Thank you. I call on Councillor Mooton to reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Adrian, for your question. It was good to meet you recently. Right alongside with you on last month's Kiddercow Mass Family Cycle Ride, and see you at last week's Sussex Air Quality Conference. In short, and more so following the excellent presentation last week's conference, I'm very much aware of the compelling links between air quality and a range of health conditions. Now, in terms of your question, running between North Street and Western Road, our ultra-low emission zone, or ULEZ, along this route, has been in place for the past decade. We have, and has been a success in driving demonstrable improvements to the standard of buses passing through our city centre. Earlier this year, Brighton Hove buses, majority of which pass through this route, confirmed that all of their fleet on this route are ULEZ compliant. That is, they are Euro 5 or Euro 6 standard through upgrading and new buses. With a funded commitment in partnership with the council to introduce fully EV zero emission buses on the route 7, 2, 6 and parts of the 5 routes next year. However, I recognise your concern and see from our recently strengthened and publicly accessible air quality monitoring data that air quality in North Street remains stubbornly poor. We have introduced an enforceable engine idling policy, and we will again ask that all vehicles waiting switch off their engines. Following 12 weeks of public consultation on our city transport emissions and improve city centre air quality. With moving traffic offensive powers as applied for early this year and an accelerated commitment to public EV charging, we will work with traders, taxis, bus operators and residents. We intend to tackle vehicle-related emissions.
Thank you, Councillor Mooton. Adrian, do you have a supplementary question?
Yeah. You said it was in place for a decade. One of your should be Euro 6 only, and those are government clean air zone restrictions. And so if Euro 5 are running on in the zone, that's probably the reason why there's such high levels of pollution. And again, can I ask, can we see the certificates or have the online checker updated? Because some of those even say Euro 3, some are Euro 4 as well. And there's no way that we can find out otherwise if we just somebody's told somebody in the council without actually showing certificates. There's been lots of lying and corruption in the industry, as you're probably going to see in the news today with the lawsuit.
Thank you, Adrian. Councillor Mooton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Adrian, for your follow-up question. I have specifically asked Brighton Hove Buses, who are the majority operator along this route, and they have given me assurances they have converted all of their older buses to the ULEZ compliant standards, and also in the process of purchasing new buses for this route, which I've highlighted in my early response. I'm happy to take that question out of here and to go back to the bus company and discuss with them how we certificate and how they certificate the upgrades that they've made. And I'm more than happy to discuss that further with you after I've raised this question directly with the Brighton Hove Buses and other operators, as I chair the Enhanced Bus Partnership. So we look at all the operators across the city, particularly along our bus ULEZ. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mooton. Adrian, I would like to thank you for your questions and for joining the meeting today. I would like to welcome David Wilson to join the meeting. David, would you like to put your question, which is also published in the agenda?
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Good. I'm a resident of Saltdean. I'm also chairman of the local Residents Association. Every day I walk my dogs over the Oval Park near the Lido, and I want to ask about the recycling bin area that we have in Saltdean. It is an area that has been created for recycling for West Saltdean residents. It is very clear that those residents are already allowed to have roadside recycling, and they have communal bins in the local flats. So we now know that the people that are fly tipping in this area come from Telscombe, from East Saltdean, and more importantly, from Peacehaven. We know this because they leave the labels on their cardboard, they leave their labels on letters, etc., because every day the foxes come round, the seagulls come round and rip everything up. And this is a daily occurrence. What we would like to see is that all of these bins are removed, and so the recycling point doesn't take place, because we don't need it in West Saltdean. What we actually need is disabled parking bays for people going to the beach, going to the Lido. There are not enough parking bays for these cars, so they park on double yellow lines out in the streets. So that's my first question.
Thank you very much, David. I call on Councillor Okins to reply.
Thank you for bringing that question. I mean, we certainly don't want to be clearing fly tipping coming from other local authorities. So thank you for bringing it, and it's actually really useful intelligence. I'll make sure that that is fed back to the team, and I can't promise that we will definitely remove them, but what we will certainly do is, have a sort of reassessment of their use and the demand for them in that area. And as you say, it may well be that for the residents of West Saltdean, they're not required. So we'll certainly have a look at that. I'm happy to come back to you after this meeting once that's happened. With regard to the need for more disabled bays, I've already fed that back, and officers are now looking at the possibility of additional bays in the area as an aside. And obviously, if this recycling point ends up being taken out, then that will only help in that regard. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Okins. David, have you got a supplementary question?
My supplementary question, yes, thank you. In that area, we also have CCTV. We used to have it. It was a deterrent. For some reason, it's been back about a month. There is no deterrent at all. We're not getting any feedback from the people who monitor this, because it's quite clear that the fly tipping is getting worse and worse. So the cameras are not working, and we would like to know why.
Thank you. Councillor Okins?
Yeah, well, the short answer is I don't know, but I can certainly have a look into that. Obviously, CCTV, if there's fly tipping offences going on, can be very useful in enforcing that, but also building up the bigger picture, which I think is necessary here in terms of assessing the use. So I assume that is our CCTV. I don't know for definite, but I'll certainly ask with the team and find out what's going on with that, whether it's working, and if it is, what it's telling us. So thank you again.
Thank you, Councillor Okins. Thank you very much, David. I would like to thank you for your questions and for joining the meeting today. I would like to now welcome Nigel Furness to join the meeting. Hello, Nigel. Would you like to put your question, which is also published in the agenda, please?
Could you kindly, or rather would you kindly, Councillor Mutton, furnish us with a full breakdown of the funding sources for the city's concessionary bus passes?
Thank you, Nigel. Councillor Mooton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Nigel, for your question. Statutory payments to reimburse bus operators for concessionary fares are funded from the council's parking surplus, as outlined in the annual parking report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mooton. Nigel, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm afraid I do. And the question is, as the funding for the bus passes comes totally out of motorists who use four wheels, as do buses, I'm very disabled and I'm finding it almost impossible, like many other people, to use the buses anymore because the shocking state of the major highways in this city. As it is, the motorists who fund this, not the skateboarders, not the cyclists. Could you commit to spending at least some of that income on preparing the roads properly so we can travel in a civilised manner?
Thank you, Nigel. I'll call on Councillor Mooton to reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Nigel, for the question. We have 42,000 pass holders in Brighton and Hove. 7,000 have issued qualified for disabled residents, and we actually do more than the statutory minimum. So we do actually, for example, start at 9 in the morning rather than 9:30 on some of those concessions, and go from rather than 11 o'clock at night, we go to 4 in the morning, for instance. However, you highlighted a very important point about our highways maintenance. Under the previous government, nationally, there was a decline in our highways because of lack of grant funding from central government. And to the point that the pothole became an emblem of that previous government. With Labour coming in, they brought in £500 million extra across the nation to address the road maintenance. And that means we've got more money coming into this city to restore our highways, address the backlog. So I do accept some of our roads are not what they should be because they haven't had the proper maintenance because of lack of grant funding. But we are using our resource from grant funding, and we're also working with the other sources of funds to enhance our roads and pathways, because it is really important that our roads are maintained. Your concern there, we're doing to make sure our buses and our pavements are accessible for all. And yes, we're absolutely, with more money, we are doing more to address exactly the problem that you've raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mooton. Nigel, I would like to thank you for joining the questions and joining the meeting today.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much, Nigel. I would like to welcome Ian White to join the meeting. Would you like to put your question, which is also published in the agenda? Hello, Ian.
Good afternoon. My name's Ian White, and I'm the junior cricket manager at Brighton and Hove Cricket Club. On behalf of the 150 plus local children who use the outdated and worn out cricket nets at Neville Sports Ground each week, please can you tell me when the council will release the circa £80,000 SIL money allocated to the Westdean and Hove Park ward to Brighton and Hove Cricket Club, so that we can begin our net renovation programme in time for the 2026 season? Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. I call on Councillor Robbins to reply.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your question, Ian. Excuse me. All councillors will be providing their agreed list of projects to be funded through the neighbourhood seal to the Deputy Leader for the Cabinet for approval in spring 2026, pending the community consultation and engagement exercise. No neighbourhood seal has been awarded for any projects. For any projects in the city, including the Cricket Nets proposal. The Cricket Nets project has already been earmarked as one of the priority schemes, funded from the final payment of S106 monies from the Moda Homes development in Sackville Road. This has been delayed until the summer of 2026 due to the occupancy levels of the new apartment taking longer than was originally advised by the developer.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. Ian, can I ask, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. Thank you for that answer. We've got a lot of support from local councillors for this project. We've been advised that the SIL money is likely to be awarded before the S106 money in the ward, and given the urgency, we need to get this done for the next cricket season. Are you able to tell me whether there are other projects competing for the SIL money awarded to the Hove Park and Westdean ward?
Thank you, Ian. Councillor Robbins.
Well, no, I'm not able to tell you that, because as it says here that all councillors will provide their agreed list of products to be funded through the neighbourhood seal to the Deputy Leader for approval in spring 2026. Pending a community consultation and engagement exercise. So until we get that list, well, I can't provide you with a list, but it would be public knowledge at the time.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. Ian, I would like to thank you for your questions and for joining the meeting today. Thank you. I would like to welcome David Gibson. To join the meeting, David? Okay, so we can't. No, David Gibson? No, okay, thank you. So we'll jump on. I would like to welcome Diane Montgomery to join the meeting. Would you like to put your questions, which is also published in the agenda? Hello, Diane.
Hello, thank you for taking the question. Is Councillor Robbins confident that this authority can continue to treat the King Alfred as two sites for proposed building?
Councillor Robbins?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Diane Montgomery, for your question. Yes, the Council is confident in this approach at redeveloping the King Alfred Centre. The decision to construct the new centre as a separate project allows the existing centre to remain open for as long as possible during the build. This approach also ensures the project stays under the Council's direct control, supporting its successful delivery. Thank you again.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. Diane, do you have a supplementary question?
Sorry, that's mine.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Robbins, are you aware that in 2023, Ashchurch Parish Council won in the Court of Appeal when Tewkesbury Borough Council tried to give planning permission to one part of a substantial development while ignoring the lawful fact that the planning consideration should be made with regard to a whole site rather than attempt what is known as salami slicing? This has become a resonant piece of case law. Will you therefore have a single environmental impact assessment undertaken for the whole King Alfred site? And also, could you clarify when the King Alfred land is actually being sold? As the 2025 Cabinet paper states that the land has been valued and will be put on sale this autumn, yet Mark Healy stated in Friday's Argus article that the land will be sold after the new leisure centre has been completed. Could you clarify on both those questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Councillor Robbins?
So the two questions. Firstly, you're asking me, do I know about Tewkesbury Council? No, I don't. Secondly, it's my understanding that as soon as we get planning permission and work starts on the new King Alfred, then we will put the site up for sale. How long that will take, who knows? And who will buy it, who knows? But that's the position we're in. And that's the position I think we've been consistent about and will remain consistent about. So again, thanks very much for your question.
Thank you very much, Councillor Robbins. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Councillor Robbins. Slightly different in the Argus.
Yeah, and sorry, Diane, your time is actually now up. I would like to thank you for your questions and for joining the meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I would like to welcome Maxine Horn to join the meeting. Maxine, I see you're online. Would you like to put your question, which is also published in the agenda?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, mine's a quite straightforward one. In December 2024, the council appointed a third-party company, New Timber, to work with City Parks to undertake rapid reinstatement of damaged green spaces following the use of outdoor events. So can the council therefore list the reinstatement fees and bonds each event has paid since the new policy was introduced in December 2024 and where those funds are being held, in particular for the whole Valley Gardens region? Can the council confirm when the reinstatement of the grassed areas will take place and give precise details of the nature of the work and a breakdown of the costs? And finally, is the council liable for any shortfalls, or will event organisers meet additional charges? And will any underspend be retained by City Parks or returned to the event organisers? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maxine. I call on Councillor Rokins to reply. Sorry, Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Maxine, for your question. For 2025, for the 2025...
Birgit, please sit down. You're fine with your hand. Sit down.
Okay, thank you. For the 2025 season, the responsibility for reinstatement of grassed areas has been contracted out to New Timber Limited. This includes a photographic inspection both pre and post any event in any grassed area in the city. Reinstatement costs are costed against a pre-approved price list on a per square metre basis. This year, there has been a delay in works being carried out, particularly in central areas, due to the exceptionally dry summer which we have experienced. Reinstatement works are now being started and will continue over the coming weeks. The level of reinstatement needed is advised by the contractor and agreed with City Parks operational teams ahead of the organiser being charged. Event organisers are billed directly by New Timber, who are also paid directly by the organisers. No monies for reinstatement are collected by the council, which means that there are neither over nor underspends. We are keen to continue to engage with communities and residents about our events in the city, and there is ongoing information available on engagement event meetings through our Your Voice forum on events accessible via the council's website.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Maxine, have you got a supplementary question?
Yes, just one quick one. If the arrangements are held between New Timber and the event organisers, but that work isn't undertaken, so there has been no reinstatement of the damaged land, who's in control of enforcing it?
Thank you, Maxine. Councillor Miller?
As I explained before, there has been a delay this year because of the exceptional weather circumstances and the drought. And reinstatement is beginning, but it has not been possible to begin the reinstatement because it would actually not have been successful. We want the reinstatement to be durable rather than something which has to be redone in a few weeks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Miller. Maxine, I would like to thank you for your questions and for joining the meeting today. Thank you. I would like to welcome David Plant. I believe he's online to join the meeting. David, would you like to put your question, which is also published in the agenda?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The title of my question is Drainage Issues in Ovingdean. Beacon Court residents and neighbours recently had to rush to unblock highways, drains and greenways in Ovingdean where flash flood water reached up to the doorways. Beacon Court lies in a valley, and the constant building of new homes nearby means that the water runoff that would normally have been absorbed by the farmland and green areas is now coming into a drainage system that cannot cope. Please would BHCC representatives meet us on site to inspect the drains and discuss what action BHCC can take to protect properties from inadequate highway drainage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Councillor Mooton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, David, for your question. I'm sorry to hear that it was necessary and wish to thank residents for acting to alleviate the problems as you described. The flood risk management team and highways maintenance team will be happy to meet with you and representatives from Beacon Court and discuss the possible causes and options for the area in question to alleviate this happening in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mooton. David, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Mooton, for that answer. As such, torrential rains are now becoming the norm, and had it gone on for much longer, there was a real risk that properties in at least Beacon Court, Upper Greenways, and our farmers' fields where crops and livestock might have been flooded. Considering the recent planning applications for Oxford International College and Ovingdean Farm, does the council agree that no further development should take place in this area until satisfied that highways drainage is adequate to prevent flooding in the local community? Thank you.
Thank you, David. Councillor Mooton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, David, for your further question. As part of our planning process, there is engagement with our highways drainage and teams from the council, as well as a discussion with Southern Water in terms of sewer capacity. And so any planning application will be assessed in terms of existing capacity and what upgrades are needed to drainage capacity to ensure that any introduction of new buildings can be drained sufficiently with the infrastructure of our city. So thank you, and that's certainly something which I know the planning process will deal with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mooton. David, I would like to thank you for your questions and for joining the meeting today. Thank you. We now move on to deputations. Thank you. We have 4 deputations for today's meetings. A list of the people forming the deputation and background papers have been circulated starting on page 13 of Addendum 2. I would like to welcome Dirk Mitchell to the meeting and ask that you put your deputation. You're invited to speak for up to 5 minutes, summarising your deputation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to begin by reading a statement released to the BBC News in May of this year by Professor Fiona Matthews. The statement follows on from research by her team based at Sussex University, which looked at 581 invertebrates across 51 different sites, many of which fall inside our UNESCO Living Coast biosphere. I quote, "Microplastics are ubiquitous at every level of the food web, with fragments of plastic found in the stomachs of beetles, slugs, snails, and earthworms, which in turn make their way up the food chain into birds, mammals, and reptiles. Traces of microplastics are also found in our drinking water, as well as various seafood catchers." That was in the BBC News 3 months ago, councillors, and it clearly indicates that our biodiversity strategy in our UNESCO Living Coast biosphere isn't working very well. Microplastics pollution is a 100% man-made environmental crisis. In 2023, the EU had already set a directive under the REACH agreement stating that no new 3G pictures with the SBR rubber crumb would be permitted inside the EU from 2031 onwards. In the UK, in June of this year, both DEFRA and Sport England recognised that 3G pictures are the primary source of microplastics pollution in the UK from intentionally added microplastics. It's intentional because 7,000 square metres of grass are dug up and then replaced with plastic turf and 150 tonnes of SBR rubber crumb. And planning approval is given to make that possible. So when planning approval is currently sought for 3G pictures, an environmental impact assessment is carried out, which picks up on the city's biodiversity strategy. The policy is to adopt a process for hierarchical mitigation. And by that, I mean that the loss of grass is compensated for with a biodiversity net gain of 10%. Meaning an improvement of 10% more than was originally in place with the planting of new trees, bushes, and so forth as the compensation measure. But here is the crux of the crisis. No amount of planting can remove the microplastics. It won't go away, and it will remain in place for hundreds of years, and therefore does nothing to solve the problem of microplastics pollution. We now have over 23G pictures unintentionally adding to the global crisis, and which will continue to accumulate and persist for hundreds of years. SBR rubber crumb is also known to contain toxic polyaromatic hydrocarbons and volatile organic compounds and are banned from dumping at refuse sites. So the best way forward is to move away from microplastics and find a way of improving the durability and sustainability of grass pitches. And a solution to wet weather pitches and worn out grass has already been achieved by this council in 2022. The level had been identified with flooding issues affecting a cafe as well as the ground hired to fairground attractions. Drainage engineers laid down a mixture of biochar and grit with such drainage systems before relaying topsoil and turf. Since completion, in spite of heavy periods of rain since 2022, there's been no flooding at the level and the grass has coped really well with the busy footfall traffic. So according to the material included in the biochar deputation, biochar and grit can offer a green, sustainable solution that improves soil health and better drainage and more durability for grass pitches. The Football Foundation, I am sure, will be very interested to provide funding to support an initiative for more durable and sustainable grass pitches. And this will also be well received by Sport England, I might add. Crucially, such an initiative will also reduce the level of microplastics threat to biodiversity and support the strategies underpinning our UNESCO biosphere status. Potentially, I see this initiative can also provide a model for other authorities in this country to follow. The aim here being to meet the demand for football without threatening our UNESCO biosphere status. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Theo. Councillor Ropins.
I turned it off.
That's it. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and nice to see you in person, Dirk. I know we've exchanged a couple of emails on this subject over the last week or two. 3D pitches obviously play a very big role in enabling our residents to be physically active and can sustain, as you say, much greater usage than standard grass pitches, which of course can be taken out of action due to overuse or adverse weather conditions, the cancellation of matches and so on. I do take your point though about being able to make some of those traditional grass pitches potentially more durable through the use of biochar and other things, and I'm pleased to see you highlight the level as being a success story in that regard. Obviously, any artificial surface has an impact environmentally, and microplastics, as you described so ably in your deputation, are a major global problem and something that I'm personally very, very concerned about. You mentioned that microplastics have been found up and down the food chain and in various wildlife and invertebrates and so on, also in clouds and at the top of the highest mountains and the bottoms of the deepest seas and everywhere. I mean, it really is everywhere, including in, I think, 80% of humans have it in their blood as well. It really is a crisis that we're facing in that regard. There are potential alternatives to rubber crumbs, some of which you mentioned. Those include organic materials such as cork and wood chip, olive pits and walnut shells. You are probably aware, I guess, of the work being done in Sheffield with close involvement of the Department for Culture, Media and Support, DEFRA and Sport England, where I think it's 6 pitches are being used as a test bed to evaluate a range of alternative materials and gather some performance data and some feedback from players as well in terms of how it feels to play on those surfaces. That work will help ascertain whether these materials can meet the standards required by organisations such as the FA, and we'll obviously be watching the output of that work very closely. I think it's due to not necessarily report, but I think that testing finishes towards the end of the summer next year, so we haven't got too much longer to wait to get some decent data on that, hopefully. Grass will, of course, always be the preferred option environmentally. We'll certainly always consider that, whether it's a viable option based on the use. And I think, I just want to pick up on one of the points you were making, which is biodiversity net gain often looks at, well, usually only looks at the biodiversity loss on site. And I think the broad point you're making there, which I think is a really good one, is what about biodiversity loss that might happen, further on down the line as a result of that microplastic pollution. So I don't have an answer to that right now, but it's certainly something for us to consider. So thank you for bringing the deputation in so much detail, and yeah, I look forward to picking up the conversation with you in due course.
Thank you very much, Councillor Okins. Dirk, thank you very much for your deputation. Does Council agree to note the deputation? I would like to welcome Susan Sheffs to the meeting and ask that you put your deputation. You're invited to speak for up to 5 minutes, summarising your deputation. Hello, Susan.
Councillors, thank you for giving us these minutes. We are British Jews, representing the majority of the Brighton and Hove Jewish community. We speak to all 54 councillors in this chamber, and we ask directly, will you support us? The government's recognition of a Palestinian state has been a profound shock for Jews locally, nationally, and worldwide. It feels like a betrayal, a failure to understand the war between Hamas and Israel, the history of the Middle East, and the long, painful history of the Jewish people. At a time when Jews in Israel are fighting for survival, this decision has been felt as a blow, and yes, by many as anti-Semitic. Every year you stand with us at the Holocaust memorials, you say never again, and you mean it. But this is now. Jews again face an existential threat, and too often we feel we do not have your support. Bias against us expressed as anti-Semitism is visible in the police, the judiciary, the arts, education, universities, the media, local and central government, and even, yes, the NHS. Social circles that once welcomed us are closing. Many in our community are even making plans to immigrate to safer countries. The charge of genocide against Israel is false, dangerous, and deeply painful. The Holocaust was a systematic attempt to wipe out every Jewish bloodline. To compare Israel to Nazis and Gaza to the Holocaust is not only false, it desecrates Holocaust memorial memory, dilutes its meaning, and fuels modern Jew hatred. Hamas, a proscribed terrorist organization here in the UK, governs Gaza. It uses civilians as shields, blocks aid, prevents evacuation, and openly declares its aim of destroying Israel. Its charter is clear, its rhetoric is clear, and the slogan "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free" is not a call for peace, it's a call for eradication of Israel and the death of all Jews. By contrast, Jews view life as sacred. We seek security and peace. We are not genocidal people. We don't celebrate suffering. Israel takes extraordinary measures to reduce civilian casualties. The claim that Israel deliberately kills babies and children is an anti-Semitic blood libel, a lie that has led to the murder of Jews for 2,000 years, and this must be acknowledged. On October the 7th, our community...
Susan, can I just ask that you keep to the wording that's in the published deputation, please? Thank you.
Well, that's turned out a massacre.
Can you start, Susan, sorry, could you start again from Councillors We Know Politics, please?
So this is what was sent, and this is what was agreed to be read out. It's a democratic right for me to speak.
So actually, can I just speak, please? So there has been a published deputation that it was agreed you would be speaking from. So it would be really wonderful if we could stick to what was agreed that you would be speaking on. We agreed that you would speak to the published deputation. Otherwise, you're not presenting in the manner that we have published officially. And nobody said anything was offensive. We're asking that you stick to the published wording. All right, if you'd like to continue, please. Thank you.
No, I just want to carry on with what was written because this is a full deputation.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to give you that one in case you didn't have it.
Okay. I feel it doesn't air the situation as is, and I feel it's rather wrong that you are silencing me and silencing the Jewish voice. May I continue? I haven't got much to go, Mayor. Would you let me continue?
Please continue, Susan.
Israel takes extraordinary measures to reduce civilian casualties. The claim that Israel deliberately kills babies and children is an anti-Semitic blood libel, a lie that has led to the murder of Jews for 2,000 years. That must be acknowledged. On October the 7th, our community was traumatized. Hamas carried out a massacre, murder, rape, torture, abduction, including of babies, from homes and from the Nova Peace Festival. More than 1,200 people were slaughtered, hundreds wounded, 240 taken hostage. Actually, only 28 remain. Thankfully, some were released. These are not numbers, they are fathers, mothers, children. They matter. So when Keir Starmer and this council's leader, Bella Sankey, moved to recognise a Palestinian state without addressing those hostages, or the openly genocidal intent of Hamas, our community feels deep alarm. Hamas themselves celebrate the recognition as a fruit of October the 7th, a reward for barbaric slaughter, ongoing cruelty, and the starvation of hostages. Councillors, we know politics is complex, and we respect the humanitarian impulses at work, but we ask you to hear us, your Jewish constituents. Hear our fear, our grief, our memory, our limits. Stand against rhetoric that paints Jews or Israel as genocidal. Do not allow your policies to reward Hamas or legitimize those who would attack Jews. Reconsider calls for divestment from Israeli companies, which unfairly single out one nation and in practice isolate Jews. Above all, ensure your words and actions do not push an already vulnerable community further to the margins or embolden anti-Semitism in this city. We are not asking for blind loyalty. We are asking for fairness, for accuracy, for sensitivity. Most of all, we're asking plainly, will you support us? Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. I will now call on Councillor Sankey to reply.
Susan, Judith, Kim, Peter, Sheila, Yoram and Joy, thank you for your deputation. As members of our local and treasured Jewish community, I say to you that Jewish residents in this city are seen, respected and deeply valued. Our administration and this council stands against the despicable rise in anti-Semitism here in the UK, and I give you my word that we will redouble our efforts to root it out. I am so proud to hail from a city with a deeply rooted and much cherished Jewish community. Brighton and Hove's story cannot be written without the contribution of Jews who have been here for so many generations and have contributed so much to the shaping, the building and the values of this city. It's why, following the revelation of a far-right plot to attack a synagogue here in Hove in 23, I met with rabbis in the city and Jewish leaders to offer support, reassurance, and to ask what more we could do. It's why, following the horrific attacks of the 7th of October 2023, the deadliest attack on Jews since the Holocaust, our Labour group gave an immediate statement of support, acknowledging the right of Israel to defend herself. It's why, following the horrendous terror attack at Heaton Park Synagogue last month, we in the Labour group attended every Shabbat service that Friday and Saturday. And it's why I attended the 710 memorial at BNJC last week. I am clear that an attack on Jews is an attack on all of us and our way of life. To your asks, we hear what you say about ascribing genocidal intent to Israel. For this reason, we are proposing an amendment to the Green Notice of Motion this evening to make clear that it is the actions of the Israeli government that we are critical of, not Israel. We also hear your concern that calls for divestment single out Israel. It is a matter of law and policy.
Can I have quiet in the chamber, please? Thank you. Quiet in the chamber, please. Thank you.
Public bodies have a duty to ensure that they do not aid or abet this. This is why, following the UN Special Commission of Inquiry, finding that genocide has been occurring in Gaza, I wrote to East Sussex Pension Committee. But you are right. But you are right that we must. But you are right.
To members of the public attending the meeting, please could I request that you do not call out or interrupt the meeting. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I make an announcement? There's been no genocide in Gaza.
No,
there has
thank
been
you. Councillor Sankey, would you like to finish, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. May I have a little bit more time?
Yes.
But you are right that we must ensure that anywhere that any investment that may abet human rights abuses anywhere in the world should be dealt with, and we will take this point forward. Our Labour government's recognition of Palestine, to your point about our Labour government's recognition of Palestine, this historic decision reflects our unwavering commitment to a two-state solution and our passionate belief in the inalienable rights of Palestinian people to self-determination. It delivers on our long-standing Labour manifesto commitment. This is not an anti-Semitic act. In fact, we firmly believe that a two-state solution is the only path to ensure a safe and secure Israel alongside a viable Palestinian state. It is heartbreaking to me that you say social circles are closing and that you feel prejudice directed at you by public sector bodies, and that Jews are considering emigrating.
Can I say that if we have any more interruptions from the gallery, we will be adjourning the meeting. I would ask for you to be respectful in the room and allow Councillor Sankey to finish so that I can thank Susan for bringing her deputation. Thank you. Carry on, Councillor Sankey.
I know this only too well, as my best Jewish friend from university already lives in America, saying she feels unsafe in the UK. It is why I have now asked for anti-Semitism training to be rolled out to all council staff, why I welcome the measures that government has announced on tackling anti-Semitism, and why when I meet Jewish community leaders in the coming days, I will be asking again, what more can we do? Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have quiet in the chamber, please, so that I can address Susan directly, please? Thank you. I would like to address Susan directly. Susan, thank you very much for your heartfelt deputation. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Have a safe journey home. Right, I would like to welcome Harry Walsh to the meeting and ask that you bring your deputation. Thank you, Harry. You're invited to speak for up to 5 minutes, summarising your deputation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Harry and this is Bill, and we would like to deliver a short speech on devolution and the benefits of it, particularly within education and skills. We're from the Baswick Labour Society. We felt it was important to deliver this because of the positive effect we know devolution can have within our communities and college. Devolution is essential in giving people a choice whereby they can take their future into their own hands, whether that be internships or further education. Young people should be able to be freed and have control over their future. Schools, colleges, and universities should have the facilities to offer this choice to everyone. Devolution means decisions being made closer to the people they affect. For young people in Brighton and Hove, that matters. We want a city where opportunities match our talent and ambitions, where decisions are shaped by local voices, not just people in Westminster, and where we are genuinely listened to and involved in shaping our future. We welcome funding that can be tied to jobs and industries that matter in our city and across Sussex, from the environment and health to creative work and digital skills. It also means better support for adults who need a second chance at learning and clearer pathways for school leavers into apprenticeships, training, and local jobs. Further and higher education in this county is fantastic. From the universities of Sussex and Brighton to Baswick and Brighton College, this has enabled young people to explore their options to the fullest extent. These choices must remain available. This brings us on to the future. In the future, we can't tell for certain what will happen. However, it is clear to see that the growing nature of technology in our lives has an impact on us all. Personally, I do all my work on a laptop and I spend far too much on my phone, but it's still important to realize where these inventions come from. We're going to need more people to work in these areas because of the rising importance of AI. Therefore, more places should offer an opportunity in digital technologies. Devolution can offer this opportunity. By devolving powers, we can give people a future. Our hopes are simple: more chances to learn new skills, to build careers without having to leave Brighton and Hove, and to be part of a political system that feels open, fair, and relevant to us locally. We want real action to tackle inequality so no community in our city is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call on Councillor Hewitt to reply. Councillor Hewitt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Harry and Bill, for you and your colleagues for presenting your speech and the text you've submitted as part of your deputation. It's great to see the level of engagement and you've really captured the essence of what devolution can unlock and bring to our region. It is important that you have highlighted the impact of any decisions which are made, not least this one, will always have a significant impact on younger people and future generations. The devolution bill will transfer adult educational functions from central government to the new authorities. This includes the ability to receive and manage the Adult Skills Fund, which is a non-repayable grant from the Department for Education. The Adult Skills Fund is there to fund skills training for adults aged 19 and over, and is used to support with gaining skills for employment, entering apprenticeships, and progressing to further learning. The funding is non-ring-fenced, so will give strategic authorities flexibilities to meet local needs and broad discretion over how to use the funding. The funding can be tailored to meet local economic and skills needs, which really plays into your points about using this to support the industries and jobs in our region and having the strategic overview to join everything up. Other areas in the country have set up Youth Guarantee Trailblazers, which are there to specifically support 18 to 21-year-olds with access to work and education. So this is an area which could also be unlocked. And on your point about ensuring that young people and other generations and demographics are more connected to politics, at the next general election, 16 and 17-year-olds will be able to vote. Accepted voter identification card formats are being widened, and modernising the electoral registration process will improve engagement and suffrage. That is thanks to a Labour government. And locally, the proposal we submitted last month to government for there to be 5 unitary authorities in Sussex, representing between 300 and 400,000 people each, will ensure that residents are closer to their decision-making bodies and to their democracy, as well as having their communities represented well. We've got a full item on devolution later this evening. You are more than welcome to stick around for the next 3 hours or so. However, you may prefer to watch the recording on YouTube at your leisure. Thank you again for attending today.
Thank you, Councillor Hewitt. Thank you, Harry and Bill. Does Council agree to note the deputation? Thank you. I would like to welcome Paul Rothsedge to the meeting and ask that you put your deputation. Welcome, Paul. You're invited to speak for up to 5 minutes, summarising your deputation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, thank you for hearing me today. My name is Paul Rothsedge, and I'm speaking on behalf of the residents of West Saltdean about a matter that's deeply important to our community. 2 cherished green spaces known locally as sites 2 and 3 of the Greens on the Mount Estate. Our homes were designed with unusually small gardens, but with access to shared community greens behind them. These greens form part of the fabric of our semi-rural neighbourhood. They are protected by the 1938 Covenant, which explicitly identifies them as open spaces. And crucially, Clause 4 of the Covenant gives this Council the power to designate them as public open spaces in situations like the one we find ourselves in today. Earlier this year, we applied to the Council to invoke Clause 4. We submitted petitions signed by the majority of residents handwritten letters from those whose homes surround the greens, and a detailed zero-cost proposal for long-term maintenance and biodiversity improvement. Unfortunately, our application was denied. Officers told us that City Parks had rejected it because of a lack of resources to maintain the land. But when we asked for clarity in a review, we received no reply. Seeking answers, we eventually submitted a Freedom of Information request. This revealed that City Parks did not appear to receive a copy of our proposal or even take part in the discussions. The reason we were given for refusal was not based on the facts of our case. For more than 80 years, these spaces have been used and valued as community open spaces. And since 2007, the residents have been the sole caretakers. We have maintained the land, looked after the ecology, all at zero cost to the council, the landowners, or anybody else. These are not neglected pieces of land. These are precious, lived-in community assets. But earlier this year, the outside investors who own Site 2 erected tall barriers and a locked gate, blocking access for the first time in living memory. This action undermines both the spirit and letter of the covenant and shows exactly why Clause 4 was included, as a safeguard for when landowners stop treating the plots as open spaces. Our community has gone further than simply asking for protection. We have prepared a detailed stewardship plan and biodiversity plan developed with environmental scientist Dr. Richard Stowe and backed by the Saltdean Climate Action Network, CPRE, and the Saltdean Residents Association. This plan guarantees long-term care of the land at no cost to the council or anybody else. It will improve biodiversity and safeguard habitats, including a likely badger set which has been identified by the Badger Trust. It will cut carbon emissions because our volunteers use hand tools and battery-powered equipment rather than petrol machinery. And it will strengthen community involvement, well-being and pride in our local spaces. We are offering a proven no-cost solution to make these greens even better. Invoking Clause 4 would secure these sites for the community, protect biodiversity, and end disputes about how the covenant should be interpreted. But it would also create something much bigger, a model that can be repeated across the city. A model that saves the council money, reduces emissions, enhances biodiversity, and strengthens community stewardship without adding pressure to already stretched services. Clause 4 was written precisely for situations like this. It gives the council the legal right to act where landowners are not keeping the land as open spaces with the community's best interests at heart. Councillors, this decision is about more than just plots of land in Saltdean. It's about whether we trust communities to care for their own green spaces. It's about whether we use the legal tools already available to us. And it's whether Brighton and Hove wants to lead by example in protecting open spaces, improving biodiversity and saving taxpayers' money at the same time. We are not asking for a leap of faith. Our model has been working on the ground for almost 2 decades. On behalf of the residents of West Saltdean, I respectfully ask that you support our case to invoke Clause 4 of the 1938 Covenant and designate Sites 2 and 3 of the Greens as public open spaces, secured for our community and for future generations. I would also like to warmly invite each of you to come and visit. Come and see the Greens for yourselves, meet the residents who have cared for them, and talk with us about how this model could be replicated in your own wards.
Thank you very much.
Biodiversity, saving emissions, and giving residents a stronger sense of pride in the place they call home. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call on Councillor Okins to reply.
Thanks, Paul, for coming to bring that deputation, and again, good to put a face to the name. Thanks for bringing the deputation, and actually, primarily, thank you to you and the residents for taking good care of that site in recent years. Obviously, public access to green space is a priority for us, and we know how important it is to our residents for all of the reasons you've just described so eloquently, and we'll always seek to facilitate that where we can. I understand, as you suggest, that there's been some reluctance to invoke the covenant up to now due to the potential for liability of the maintenance of the site transferring to the council in the future. I am keen to see if we can find a solution though, and obviously, as you know, we're trying to come and meet with you and ward councillors as well to have a look at the site, do exactly as you suggest, see what you've been doing there and kind of get a better feel for what that site means to residents and, you know, get a better understanding of what you're proposing really. So I don't have a long and detailed response for you today, but I'm looking forward to coming and seeing the site, hearing more about it, and I can promise that I'll take that forward with officers and colleagues and come back to you in due course. Yeah, thank you again for coming.
Thank you very much, Councillor Okins. Paul, I'd like to thank you very much for your deputation. Does the council agree to note the deputation? Thank you. Okay, so we now move to petitions for debate. The next petition for debate is 37A, Save the Floral Clock. I now call on Laura King to present the petition for debate relating to Save the Floral Clock, and would remind you that you have up to 3 minutes to outline the reasons for the petition and to confirm the number of signatories. Hello, Laura.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm here to confirm I have submitted a 38 degrees Save Hove Floral Clock petition at 3,067 signatures for your full council debate today. Like many residents, I was shocked when this council announced its intention to destroy our late Queen's Coronation Floral Clock after 72 years at the heart of Hove, a landmark my own mother and many other residents grew up with and have known all our lives. Hove has very few landmarks compared to Brighton. Not only is Hove Floral Clock one of the last floral clocks in the country, it is the only floral clock with two faces, set in a pyramid arrangement and beloved of so many Hove postcards over the decades. This floral clock also has the distinction of being a royal floral clock. Brighton has the Royal Pavilion, Hove has the Coronation Floral Clock. The announcement of the floral clock's demise came 3 weeks before the under-advertised public consultation was set to end. The hoardings went up around Palmyra Green 2 weeks before the consultation was set to end. And the consultation itself asked the leading question, what would you like to see in the location of the current floral clock? All of which exposed the consultation as a pre-decided sham in breach of both Gunning and Nolan principles. It has been claimed it would be too expensive to restore the floral clock following a quote of £25,000 2 years ago, yet £125,000 has been found to revamp the whole of Palmyra Green in Mediterranean planting, despite the city not having a Mediterranean climate or any reason to expect one in the next few months to sustain such planting. Moreover, this council recently and shamefully allowed hundreds of new trees to die at Hove Beach Park. It has also been claimed that vandalism made it untenable for the floral clock to continue, yet the deterrent mini-fencing has been deliberately moved in recent years, and no attempt has been made to illuminate the floral clock at night to deter vandalism. It seems only one man was consulted over this scheme, the chair of Friends of Hove and Palmyra and Adelaide, and it was news to quite a few of the volunteers that they had agreed to work with the council on creating the new planting, though it is still not clear who the £125,000 contract will be awarded to and what the whole scheme will look like. Nor do we know why the public are being deprived of this green for 7 whole months, causing local businesses to suffer, or where Hove's Christmas tree or Hanukkah menorah will go this year. If the main excuse for getting rid of the floral clock is the cost and maintenance of it, we've had so many residents come forward during the campaign to offer their help to fix it at low cost, or even involve a TV series who would do it for free. Yes, the planting's intricate, but that's part of the floral clock's appeal. We've even had a former councillor offering to pay for the repairs.
10 seconds.
Okay, there's also lottery and other funding. We would ask the council to reverse this outrageous decision or offer a full and frank consultation that actually follows the government.
Thank you, Laura. I now call on Councillor Miller to respond to the petition before moving to the general debate. Councillor Miller has 5 minutes. Councillor Robbins.
I think I've got the pleasure of this one, Madam Mayor. Thanks for this. Thank you for your petition and for all the interest in this much loved part of the city. I know the floral clock has been a very important part of the green space, and indeed many people refer to the whole area as the floral clock. The council alone does not have the resources to install a new clock, to replace the current clock, which has not worked for many, many years. Also, the original design involved thousands of bedding plants being planted and then removed each year, which isn't in line with the more sustainable approach to our green spaces in place now. We are taking forward a consultation and will consider everyone's views in deciding the options for the future. And we have set a working group to coordinate this open space that will be used for many years to come. The discussion and decisions will include what we do in relation to the clock area and whether it is replaced or another option agreed. Whatever we do needs to be affordable, both to be installed and maintained. Thanks again for your interest and collaboration on this.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. I look to the room. Councillor Sykes.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and I welcome the passion of the campaigners for this iconic city square and landmark, and but I also want to recognise the work of friends of Palmyra and Adelaide, referenced by yourself, Laura. Head's not here to answer for himself. I think he's away at the moment, but you know, you can't blame Friends of Palmyra and Adelaide for anything that's going to happen to the Floral Clock or Palmyra Square North. They're a fantastic local residents group who do an enormous amount for not only Palmyra Square North but Adelaide Gardens and Palmyra Square as well. And they raise money, they've got volunteers, they lobby their councillors when things need doing. So I did want to take this opportunity to recognise the work of Friends of Palmyra and Adelaide, because they absolutely make a massive contribution to the city. We had a Brunswick and Adelaide local action team meeting in September. Laura was there with a couple of colleagues, and we spent some time talking about the Floral Clock and Palmyra Square North, and I hope we had useful conversations and provided some reassurance in that meeting. I don't think my ward colleague is here today, but I mean, I think Andrea and I are pretty much of the same mind when it comes to the future of the Floral Clock and Palmyra Square North, which is essentially that nothing is off the table, and I think that's been made clear by Councillor Robbins before, and you know, that's certainly my view and Andrea's view as well. But yeah, this is subject to consultation, and there's been a consultation exercise. Friends of Palmyra and Adelaide have done a local consultation exercise, and there's lots of interest in other futures for that area, which references the Floral Clock, references the coronation of our late Queen and that memorial. But it might be done in a different way, and there are other ideas out there. And one view that was put to me recently, which I think is quite important, is a focus on quality. So I think this came from Hove Civic Society, and I think that's really important. I think we should take the time to consult, maybe get architects on board, maybe a competition, but take the time to build a future for the Floral Clock, which includes reference to it. It might even be a Floral Clock in the future, but focus on quality, take the time to do it properly, and let's have something there that recognises the memory of 1953, our late Queen, whatever people want, but let's take the time to do it properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. Call upon Councillor Theobald.
Mine.
Not my fault, is it? Madam Mayor, firstly, I would like to support the petition. Secondly, thank campaigner Laura King for organising this and obtaining over 3,000 signatures. Laura has put the case very well for saving the Floral Clock. The Conservative group does not agree with the recommendations to note the petition. We want the clock to be restored and the gardens to be an attractive feature of this very important part of Hove, surrounded as it is with fine listed buildings that it always used to be. The clock was created to commemorate
the coronation of Queen Elizabeth II and installed in 1953. It was designed by G.A. Hyland, who was a Hove Director of Parks and Cemeteries. Smith & Darby installed the mechanism, but this firm also created the floral clock in Edinburgh at the same time. Edinburgh still has a wonderful floral clock, and the council is not proposing to scrap it there. Our floral clock also featured in the Chelsea Flower Show in 1966. In the opening statement to the council's consultation, it states, "We know this is a popular feature and we particularly want to hear your thoughts on this part of the garden as we co-create our plans with you." Is this another of Labour Group's consult but ignore, or will the council listen to its residents and restore the clock and gardens? I'm sure the council would be assisted by local community groups. The Palmyra and Adelaide Garden Fund had already started a new fundraising initiative to help restore the clock for the King's coronation. In these extremely difficult times, I would also mention that the memorial for all those innocent victims who were murdered on October the 7th, this has been a huge source of comfort to our Jewish residents. I would hope that this will not be moved, although I think it's been moved already. I have lived in our city all my life, and these gardens and the clock have been a source of admiration. How beautifully they have been maintained, those gardens. Please do not let this be a downgrade. I call on the council to vote against the recommendation and support the petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Theobald. Okay, so Councillor Miller, would you like to respond, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I welcome your passion for Palmyra Square. It is one of my favourite bits of Hove too. But I have to say that I personally incline towards reinventing. This was a reinvention in 1953, and I'm sure there were objections at that point to changing a much-loved feature, and the floral clock was put in. But it is, in modern terms, there's a reason why so many councils are removing them. It's deeply environmentally unsustainable, growing thousands of plants. Because of the way they work, they need to be annual bedding plants, which means thousands of plants are grown. It needs a high degree of weeding. And in fact, in 1973, 20 years after it was found, I've spoken with somebody who was in the gardening team then, who said that actually Palmyra Square and the floral clock had its own team of 5 gardeners. So that is a different time, a different way of gardening, high uses of pesticides in order to keep the area free of weeds, lots of hand weeding. It is not how we want to garden these days. We want to think about how we can preserve that square and make it better for the future and to create something new. And I agree that we do need to reference it and think about it. But I strongly would advocate that we have the courage to reinvent. This is not an original feature. The original space was more lawned. It is a chance for us to reimagine the square and actually make it relevant to today, rather than trying to recreate something which is environmentally unsustainable, extremely expensive to maintain. If you think about the cost of 5 gardeners annually, that is a lot of money. We cannot afford it in any way, either environmentally or financially. And I think we can come up with a better and more exciting solution, which is sustainable and will have just the same kind of passion and love in 50 years or 70, in 70 years' time as this has had. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Miller. I will now put the recommendations to note the petition to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands? All those in favour? All those in favour to note?
No.
To note.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You agree to note? Yeah. Right, Ms. Taylor. Does the council agree to note the report?
Does the council agree to note the report? Thank you. Okay. I can, sorry.
Minority, that was actually minority vote. I think you need to count the hands.
Laura, I can confirm that the recommendation to note the petition has been carried. I would like to thank Laura King for presenting the petition and for joining the council meeting today. Thank you very much, Laura. Okay, we're now going to proceed to the call over for reports for committee. Prior to the council considering the reports of the committees referred to on the agenda, the items will be called over item by item. Any member of the council wishing to speak on or vote against any item may reserve it for the debate immediately after the item number has been called. I will now ask the Head of Democratic Services to undertake the call over.
Item 41, review of political balance. Item 42, review of the council's constitution. Call. Item 43, council plan refresh. Call. Item 44, devolution for Sussex and Brighton. Call. Item 45, partial review of polling districts and polling places. Call. Item 46, West Salt Dean neighbourhood plan decision statement. Madam Mayor, I can confirm that the following items have been called. Item 42, review of the council's constitution. 43, council plan refresh. 44, devolution of Sussex and Brighton. 45, partial review of polling districts and polling places. And also confirm that items 41 and 46 are approved to approve the reports and recommendations as set out in the agenda.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Thank you very much, everybody. We've now been in session for time to have a break, I think. So please, can we have everybody back in half an hour, which would be 7:10, please. Thank you. Okay. Everybody, welcome back. We're now moving on to written questions from councillors. As you know, councillors' written questions and the responses are read by reference to the list which has been circulated with Addendum 4. We'll now move to oral questions from councillors, item 40. I've now been notified of 18 oral questions and these will be taken in the order detailed in the agenda. I would remind councillors that 30 minutes is set aside for oral questions and therefore not all questions may be dealt with at the meeting. And I would ask that responses are kept brief to enable as many questions as possible to be heard. I would like to welcome Councillor Davies to put your question on car parks. Councillor Davies.
Good evening, Edgar and John. Thank you. A few months ago, councillors received comms regarding larger parking spaces in Norton Road car park. It was suggested that, and I would quote, to better accommodate larger vehicles, but I found I've been given an FOI, and that's clearly not what the FOI said. So my question to the Cabinet member is, does he have any safety concerns whatsoever regarding the concrete central beam in Norton Road car park?
Councillor Mooton, would you like to reply?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Davis. Our engineer's report assessed the capacity and load-bearing capacity of the current state of that car park, and we adjusted a number of vehicles that it could hold and to make it entirely safe to continue as a car park at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mooton. Councillor Davis, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Mayor. Given that you've chosen the option to decommission the site within 2 years, could you outline what plans you have for the site, please?
Councillor Mooton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Davis. At this point in time, we will not to have any specific plans for that. We do need car parking capacity in our city, particularly this part of Hove, and we linked this to our parking review. We do a holistic strategy because there was not a good understanding of car parking in our city, I believe not for 20 years, particularly under the previous administration. And so we fitted this in. So when we review the future of Norton Road car park, we will be reviewing it in the context of our wider car parking needs for this part of Hove and the city as a whole to make car parking work for residents, for business and for the environment. Because we've got we want to really address this in a holistic way. And so the future of Norton Road will fit within the future of our parking strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mooton. I would like to welcome Councillor McNair to put your question on the King Alfred Leisure Centre.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Why haven't the plans for housing next to the new King Alfred been included when the financial viability of the project depends on it?
Thank you, Councillor McNair. Councillor Robbins.
Well, for the simple reason we haven't sold the land and we don't have any plans for building. What we're building is, I'm sorry I take them out because it comes back to you. What we're building is a leisure centre. The development will come later once the land is sold and whoever buys it will put forward the plans that they have, which would then need to go through planning and be approved in the normal way.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. Councillor McNair, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. How likely is it that the number of flats will need to increase to meet the rising costs of the project?
Thank you, Councillor McNair. Councillor Robbins.
Well, I think you forget that the number of flats to be built there was actually decided in 2016. Somewhere around the region of 400 would be put in there. That's always been the case for the last 10 years. We're not starting anything new. And it will be, as I say, it will be up to whoever buys the land to put in their planning application to develop the land however they see fit. If there's too many flats going in for the site, then presumably planning will turn it down.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. I would like to welcome Councillor Fishley to put your question on compensation for loss of office.
Thank you. Please, would you tell us more about the £142,000 compensation for loss of office payment that was made to a council officer earlier this year?
Councillor Sankey.
Thank you, Councillor Fisher, for your question. I think you know that this is a forum for asking policy questions at the council, nothing to do with HR or operational matters. Thanks.
Councillor Fishley, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, I was expecting your reply to be about the council's policy on involuntary redundancy. and tell us that this package included pay for, say, 3 months' notice, maybe 3 weeks' holiday, maybe a week for each of the years served, which takes us to maybe 6 months, which is much less than the £142,000. I don't have a supplementary, but I hope that no other senior officers will depart with such lucrative packages in the future, especially when the council is proposing closing Rottingdean Library to save us £25,000 a year.
Councillor Sankey. There wasn't a question.
I don't think that was a question, was there, Madam Mayor?
Yeah. Okay, we'll move on. I would like to welcome Councillor Robinson to put your question on the King Alfred.
Thank you. So, Councillor Robbins, I'm very excited with the plans for the new King Alfred Leisure Centre. As one of the ward councillors, I've been following and answering comments from residents on social media. Lots in support, of course, and the usual few just making mischief. For the record, could you please provide us with a list of all the things this centre will deliver more of than the current operational site? Thank you.
Councillor Robbins.
And thank you, Councillor Robinson, and a special thank you for all the help and support you've given me. In fact, a big thank you for all the help and support I've received from all the Labour group on bringing this project forward. It's very difficult to list all the improvements that have been made and what more there will be in the new one than the old one. So I've started just by saying in terms of the pools, we've got 3 new pools. I'm very aware of the time, Madam Mayor, and I haven't got time to. I could stand here for 3/4 of an hour and tell you the truth. But I'll do in terms of the pool. We have 3 new pools going in. The new pools will feature an 8-lane competition pool, a teaching pool with movable bottom, and a leisure pool area. All 3 pools have their own heating and filtration system. At the moment, all 3 pools share the same water and filtration system. Leisure water should be a higher temperature than the main pool. With the current design, this is not possible. A refurbishment could not address this. The fixed depth of the current teaching pool does not allow different uses and activities. The open layout of the current pools allow a limited opportunity for groups who would like more private. Can you stop talking? I'm trying to answer a question. Madam Mayor, can I please ask somebody heckling?
Can we please have no interruptions, please? Please allow Councillor Robbins to finish. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
It's not a point of order. Can we please stop interrupting and allow Councillor Robbins to finish? Councillor Robbins, would you like to continue, please? Thank you. Councillor Robbins.
Right, if I'm allowed to carry on then, Madam Mayor.
Please carry on, Councillor Robbins.
Thank you very much. The current pools only allow limited opportunities for groups who like more private environment to swim. This is all addressed in the new layout.
Just, Councillor Robbins, keep going.
It is very difficult. Anyway, I realise there's not much time, so I'll just list a few things. The 6-court modern sports hall with room for spectators, multi-use studios, large full equipment gym, 40 to 50 stations, 140 to 150 stations, family play area, informal amphitheatre and seating. And I haven't even touched on how much more sustainable and environmentally friendly the whole building will be. But there will, however, be some things in the new building that will lack from what the old building has plenty of. Leaky roofs, rusty stills, and mouldy walls, to name just a few. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I would like to welcome Councillor Lardermaker to put your question on temporary accommodation provision.
Can the council commit to upholding standards in temporary accommodation, and will it explain the approach to ensuring that contractors provide safe and dignified conditions for residents in temporary accommodation?
Thank you. I call on Councillor Williams to reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and welcome to the Chamber, Councillor. Always good to welcome you, Councillor, and thank you very much for your questions. So, yes, conditions in some areas of some types of accommodations across our city have long been an issue for a very long time. And this is why this administration has implemented a raft of provisions to tackle just that. And thank you for raising it. So we've had quite a few different interventions, such as implementing an overseeing of the management of some of the providers, because some of them didn't come up to our standards, and we're still looking at some of these. We've also put in place, and this is really important, if anybody hears of any more, please tell us, putting in place a direct reporting system for any resident in accommodations by our providers. So rather than go to the provider who may or may not listen to their concerns, they should come direct to us. We can then approach the provider and we can then oversee what repairs and remedial actions that would be taken. We also now have the power to inspect repairs and remedial actions to ensure that they have been implemented. And a very recent example is we now have a programme of works that have been agreed and are being actioned right now as we speak, I'm proud to say. And not only that, as we mentioned earlier on, and I'm going to keep mentioning this because I'm very proud of what we're doing, we are now planning a very bold and very compassionate intervention to directly purchase hundreds of temporary homes across the city for our homeless families, because I believe our homeless families should have dignity and they should have security and they should have good conditions. And by us buying direct and overseeing them and owning them, we can guarantee those conditions. So thank you very much for your question.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Lardemaker, do you have a supplementary?
Right, okay, thanks. The recent policy to buy 200 houses for temporary accommodation is a really positive step. I welcome it, and it clearly recognises the council's commitment to supporting people. However, it doesn't go nearly far enough. Can the council confirm what plans are in place to build upon this?
Thank you, Councillor Williams.
Thank you for that supplementary question. Apart from guaranteeing the buying of at least 200 homes for temporary accommodation in a very short period of time, that is guaranteed, and I want to thank Jacob Taylor for squaring that financially. We are building hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of new council homes as well, because temporary accommodation isn't where we want people to be, but it's something that the process has to be. We want permanent, good quality social housing in our city. We also recently met with officers of other housing associations to really foster some better working relationships with the other providers in our city, and to ensure that we can provide in the future as many possible social homes as we possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. I would like to welcome Councillor Meadows to put your question on gasworks development.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I will speak through you rather than to the chairs. So why did the Chair of Housing go against the advice of planning officers on the gasworks development?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Responding to the administration, as planning policy lead and cabinet member, the Chair of Housing did not vote either way on that application. That was an application that went to Planning Committee, and the 10 members of Planning Committee voted on that application, and the way they voted is subject to the public record.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Meadows, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Williams made a political play at a 3-hour special meeting, thumping the table and really giving it her all, knowing this will cost the council dearly. So what is the real total cost to the council on top of the £160,000 we know about, including all officers' time and King's Council's charges for playing party politics? And how many libraries and toilets will that keep open?
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's an interesting and unfortunate attempt to politicise a planning decision. I would gently note that, first of all, planning is not political and is not whipped, but my understanding is that the only Conservative member on that committee
voted against the planning application. So it's a bit silly for Councillor Meadows to try and pretend it's a party political issue. To answer a question directly, we don't know the final cost settlement. That is to be determined in negotiation with the developer.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I would like to welcome Councillor Earthy to put your question on reducing.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, can you hear me? Yeah, right, okay. There are many instances at Brighton of Pelican crossing lights located within 15 yards of bus stops. Red lights can force buses to halt abruptly less than 15 yards from their stop before resuming their journey. This 15-yard stop-start wastes emissions. What progress has been made to fit buses with transponders to override pedestrian lights and to reduce emissions?
Thank you, Councillor Earthy. Councillor Mooton to reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Earthy, for your question. I've been kind enough to be specific. This is appreciated by myself and many residents, as unlike the two-word topic I received earlier from the leader of the Green Group, Councillor Davis, it helps me with an informed answer to your specific question, which we know residents value and expect. Councillor Earthy, we are improving smart traffic signal coordination through the Bus Service Improvement Plan via a project to give more traffic signal priority to buses. This is expected to lead to improvements to bus punctuality and reliability, which will improve the appeal of these sustainable transport mode and reduce emissions. After successful integration of the data feeds into Brighton Hove City Council's urban traffic control system, 2 trial sites are now operational along the Eastern Road corridor. Initial testing shows the system is working as anticipated. Work will now continue to roll out the system and next several junctions along the Eastern Road trial corridor to build a greater understanding of system capabilities, system validation and refinement. The 2 operational trial junctions are St James's Street, Upper Rock Gardens and Edward Street, Ergemont Place. The next 4 junctions to be deployed are Eastern Road, Freshfield Road, Eastern Road, Arundel Road, Roding Road and Wilson Avenue, and Marina Way and Tunnel Road 1 junctions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Houghton. Councillor Earthy, do you have a supplementary?
I think I do, yes. I think you might have answered most of my question anyway. Anyway, so for the benefit of our members here, my question really alludes to the superiority of the design of puffin over pelican crossings, which the former, as I'm sure this chamber knows, uses sensors to detect pedestrians and adapt signal timing, while pelican crossings rely on fixed timers. So really, puffin crossings are the way of the future, but it sounds like you're already doing tests and trials and things on that. Because I say, in my regular bus travels around the city, is extremely frustrating when you're on a bus, it's just coming to its stop, and then the driver has to slam the anchors on because the light goes red in front of it. All the passengers fall over because they're within 2 seconds of the stop. And then the light goes green, it starts up again. With the acceleration, we will fall in the opposite.
Councillor Earthy, have you got a question?
Yes. So, what are the plans to replace and upgrade pelican crossings with puffin crossings? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mooton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Earthy. In some ways, I have answered that in a previous point, but pelican crossings are pedestrian light controlled. Uses lights to control traffic. Pedestrians press a button and wait for the lights to cross to change traffic to stop, etc. The puffin crossing or pedestrian user-friendly intelligent crossing uses intelligent sensors to adjust the crossing for pedestrians and can link with approaching buses, for instance, at a bus timing. The technology is now available and advancing to connect pedestrian crossings and bus times. And as I mentioned, the Eastern Road corridor, we're trying out 6 sites, 6 junctions. Let's see how we get on. If it's successful, I'm very keen to see that rolled out so we get smoother journeys. And yes, it's very important to reduce the number of bus passenger incidents on buses. And that's one of the reasons why we've introduced red routes as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mooton. I would like to welcome Councillor De Oliveira to put your question on Brighton and Hove Libraries.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Warm banks, free Wi-Fi, educational support, story time, bed story time, brush the teeth story time. A safe place to sit, a space at the heart communities. If libraries are crucial, and I believe they are, Labour's plans of making them harder to access is shameful. You don't go something essential, then lock the door on the people who need it the most. or do you?
Thank you, Councillor Oliveira. Councillor Robbins to reply.
I'm sorry, Chair, I didn't quite catch the end of the question. I don't know if you can. I caught the first bit about what we do in libraries, and I caught the first bit about, but I didn't hear the question. If you could repeat what the question.
Councillor De Oliveira, do you want to repeat the last part, please?
So if you call libraries essential, why are you closing them? Is that clear enough?
That's much better, and thanks very much for repeating it. And I'll be as clear as I can. We're at the moment, we've only just finished the consultation. The consultation, what was put in the budget last year was that library services were given a saving to make of £210,000, which they've come back after doing the needs and usage analysation to tell us where they think those savings can be made. We've now gone out to consultation. We're looking at different ways of running libraries. We're looking at how we can save and keep the libraries open. And that consultation finished on Friday last week. So we now need to look at the data we've received back. We've received an awful lot of data back, and then we will be making a decision at the Cabinet meeting on the 12th of December.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. Councillor De Oliveira, have you got a supplementary?
Yeah, of course. My second question, I understand, but I'm have to repeat. So if the government solution to fix the economy, it's impose austerity in closing down libraries in the city here, what's your council going to do about it?
Councillor Robbins.
Well, until we analyse the consultation that we've held, we don't know what we're going to do about it. That's the point of holding the consultation, and that's the point of analysing the consultation that you've got. If I stand here now and tell you what I intend to do about it, then what was the point of consulting anybody? That's the very point of the consultation, and that's what we've done. Consultation will now go away and the data will be analysed, and as I say, the report will come to the Cabinet on the 12th of December, when we will make a decision about what we're doing. Thanks again.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. I would like to welcome Councillor Cattell to put your question on heat pumps.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is for Councillor Okins. I was very pleased and excited to read about the air source heat pump that we're fitting at Peter Gladwin School, making it the first city in the school to have its gas boilers fully decommissioned. Together with the programme of installing solar PVs on many of our own buildings, this marks a hugely significant step on this administration's journey towards net zero. With that in mind, can you tell us, Councillor Okins, what other carbon neutral projects you've got up your sleeve? Thank you.
Councillor Okins.
Thank you, Councillor Cattell, for the question. It is a very exciting project. I fully agree with you. I went to visit Peter Gladwin School 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it's very exciting. Not only because it's the first school to have its gas boilers fully decommissioned, but because it's a really good example of a whole system approach. So it's out with the gas boilers, heat pumps going in, energy efficiency improvements to the building, rooftop solar operated on behalf of the council by one of the energy co-ops, in this case Besco, and all the work done by local contractors. So I think it's a very good example of how we want to see net zero projects and decarbonisation projects done throughout the city. Crucially, with this school, it provides, it's essentially a test bed. It's providing really good learning for us, because this is a start of a programme to decarbonise more and more schools. We've currently got 3 further schools undergoing feasibility studies in order to identify cost and everything. And the learning from this project is going to be really crucial. In terms of other projects, I mean, it's a long list. I'm not going to speak for a long time, but we're about to replace about 2,000 light fittings to reduce demand in some of our care homes, family hubs, and other council buildings. People will have seen that we've been doing a lot on rooftop solar. We've done, since the start of this particular bit of the rooftop solar programme on our council housing, we've installed more than 730 panels since the programme started in 2024. And the plan is to do somewhere between 6 and 8 new installations every week over the next year. So really keeping the pace up. We've started a retrofit programme for 100 of our least energy efficient council homes, which will obviously not just drive down emissions, but builds for residents, and those surveys are already underway. We've got solar farm feasibility going. We're exploring the technical feasibility of a city centre heat network. We're working on a net zero investment and delivery mechanism to bring in private investment on the scale needed. And we're already miles ahead on EV charging, but obviously Councillor Newton still isn't happy with that and insists on several thousand more. So the main problem that I have is that there's just not enough hours in the day.
Thank you, Councillor Rokins. Councillor Cattell, do you have a supplementary question?
Only to ask Councillor Rokins when he gets the time to sleep. Thank you.
Councillor Rokins, when do you get the time to sleep?
Councillor Lyons is speaking.
I would like to welcome
micronaps.
Councillor Sykes to put your question on LGR and capital investment.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. This is to the background of our TBM5 position and financial constraints. And it should be easy, as we've already had the debate in full council about local government reorganisation. So if Councillor Taylor had 8 to 9 million to spend as he wished on council services, what would he spend it on?
Thank you, Councillor Taylor, to
It's a
reply.
good question because it's almost the exact amount that we've just permissioned, 10 million to purchase temporary accommodation and try and transform the lives of our homeless families. 8 to 9 million, there's all sorts of things that we are already spending it on, including refurbishing our city, building new leisure facilities, restoring Madeira terraces, resurfacing our roads, and as I say, investing in purchasing accommodation in the open market to try and change the nature of our housing market in the city and get people into more settled temporary accommodation and out of the very expensive private sector. So that's just one example.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Do you have a supplementary question, Councillor Sykes?
Yeah, I do. Thank you very much. And if I counted properly, I would say so that 8 to 9 million, your priority for local government reorganisation, because that's the cost of that, is about sort of 9th or 10th on your list of priorities. That's interesting. But my supplementary is when considering the financial upside of local government reorganisation, there's a line in there entitled disaggregation, disbenefits, with a few million in financial risk. So I wondered if you could remind us what these are and how they might apply to this council.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. Councillor Taylor to reply.
In terms of the first comment, I mean, Councillor Sykes is right. We have a very long list of priorities because we're a very ambitious administration. I think one of the differences that residents have really noticed, and indeed we'll see it later today, this evening on the Tory non, is that we don't take the view that we can only do one thing at once. We've got to concentrate on that and not take any more ambitious decisions to do other things. So yes, we've got a very long list of priorities that we're trying to achieve in the city, and that's what residents want to see. Despite a difficult backdrop that we acknowledge in terms of the financial picture, we're still trying to be ambitious. In terms of risk, I think the papers that were published were reasonably clear and transparent that there is both a potential one-off transitional cost for the whole set of unitary arrangements across the county. We don't know what those are going to be. We've made our submission. Other people in the county have made other submissions. Those costs exist. And indeed that there are risks within that we tried to transparently set out in what we've sent to and submitted to government. Clearly, the government will now need to decide, weigh up those risks, weigh up the costs and benefits, and they will decide what they want to propose, which will then go to formal consultation. We haven't made a final decision. We've simply submitted one idea, which the government will now look at, amongst others, and then end up going to consultation.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I would like to welcome Councillor Theobald to put your question on the floor on clock.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to know, would you consider electric run a floral clock in Palmyra Square? Because this is what other cities have done now. They've gone on to electric, and that would be a lot cheaper. So perhaps we could give me an answer. Thank you.
Councillor Robbins.
Well, my understanding is it is an electric clock. It's electric magnetic. I don't know what other clock. It's certainly not a mechanical clock. And I was interested earlier on when Councillor Theobald mentioned the Smiths of Derbyshire who done the original clock, because they're the people that we met down there a few weeks ago who come to tell us that the current clock couldn't actually be restored, that what was left underground isn't workable, but they could give us a price for fitting a new clock, which is what they've gone away to do now, to give us a price to fit a new clock. So there is we've got a proposition that they're going to price up a new clock. There's another proposition that we might have some sort of sculpture there, or perhaps a sundial or something. There's another proposition they might fit one of these sort of mini towered clocks. And there's a proposition that we might put back just the hands and the face as it was, although that would need to go onto a solid style rather than the carpet planting, which we won't be involved with. But to the best of my knowledge, Councillor Theobald, the clock was always electric. I don't think it was ever anybody wound it up and set the pendulum spinning. It was always an electric. That's why there's an electric box there to supply it with electricity. But there we are.
Thanks you, Councillor Robbins. Councillor Theobald, do you have a supplementary question?
Yeah, thank you. Well, it's a shame because I think the floral flowers look lovely about the clock. But I just wondered if you get your estimate, everything, could this not be paid by still, or sponsorship, or fundraising, or or something like that, or grant? There are ways to get the money for something like this because the residents so much want to have it there. Thank you.
Councillor Robbins, would you like to reply?
Well, of course, there's ways of getting the money to do it, and we could look at ways of getting the money to do it. The only thing I'd say is that it's not just a case of installing a new clock, it's a case of maintaining a new clock year upon year upon year. And it's the same with the what you describe as lovely flowers. I personally think they, to see nature that clipped and stunted in its growth isn't a wonderful thing. But there we are. That's up to you. And why are you frowning, Councillor Lyons? Do you that's your cup of tea? It's a matter of opinion, isn't it? I'm just expressing an opinion the same as Councillor Theobald did. But anyway, there we are. That's where we are. And just as a side as well, I just finished because I know we're out of time and we can move straight on. The clock hasn't run for 21 years.
Councillor Robbins, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Shall I sit down?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
So we've reached the allocated time for oral questions and I will therefore move to the next agenda item. Councillor Hill.
Thank you. By way of tradition at this point, I'd like to call for a suspension of standing orders to allow more oral questions to be heard. Thank you.
Is anybody seconding that? Thank you. A motion has been moved and seconded to extend the time allocated to public questions, oral questions, which I will now put to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? The motion to extend the time has been lost and so I will move to the next item. Okay, we move to item 42, review of the council's constitution. I will now call Councillor O'Quinn to introduce the item. Councillor O'Quinn, you have 5 minutes. Councillor O'Quinn.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, fellow councillors and members of the public. I am here today to talk about the proposed constitutional changes regarding the 3 overview and scrutiny committees, extraordinary council meetings and full council itself. The council only changed over to a cabinet system 16 months ago, and it was understood that there would be a listening and learning exercise over the next few years as issues and opportunities were perceived that required action and change. It is generally argued that best practice is to have a complete overhaul of a council constitution every 5 years. However, with devolution and local government reorganisation looming on the horizon, in the next couple of years, I suspect that the complete overhaul might be somewhat sooner. At this point, I'd like to make clear that we are not accepting the Green amendment to this report. Constitutions in general are regarded as dry and boring documents, mainly because of the language and the detail, but also because people aren't always aware of just how important they are to providing a framework within which people can understand their own responsibilities and the responsibilities of others. Good constitutions provide an anchor for strong organisational and political cultures in which people work well together and in which decision-making is well understood and visible to the public, thereby underpinning democracy. Constitutions are also rule books with details of how a council's main decision-making systems operate. A good constitution is one that is used and understood by councillors and officers alike. Hence the need to make the language as accessible as possible. A constitution should be a living document, one that reflects not only evolving practice and law, but one that is periodically responding to changes in the environment in which it operates, which is exactly what is happening here in the changes set out. Today, we are looking at changes in three main areas, and I will discuss each of them. The first change is a very welcome one to the chairs of the Scrutiny Committee, as it enables our committees to have two task and finish groups running concurrently, rather than just one. The reasons we support this change wholeheartedly is because the task and finish groups enable greater engagement from all the political parties and from co-opted members in researching an important topic chosen by the relevant committee and engaging in an exercise of developing policy via recommendations to the Cabinet in a final report. The task and finish group, which produced the report on short-term holiday lets in the city, found it an immensely positive, engaging and enriching experience and an excellent use of officer time. There is another small but significant change regarding the three overview and scrutiny groups, and that is to change the timing regarding public questions by allowing people to put their written questions into the committee up to 4 working days before the committee, rather than 8. To have to get a question in 8 working days before a committee sits was not considered to encourage public questions enough. And certainly that has proved to be the case, as people haven't even been able to access the committee papers 8 working days in advance, so really couldn't get questions in. The change to calling an extraordinary council is essentially a reminder of what such meetings are meant to be called for. That is that the subject matter must be urgent and need to be called before the next full council. So it's a clarification. As these meetings put an extra strain on the budget of democratic services and on the work of their officers, as well as creating more work for councillors, it is important to ensure they are called according to the terms of the Constitution. I suspect we will have more of these meetings due to devolution and local government. The last point is about written questions for council from councillors.
Thank you, Councillor O'Quinn. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor O'Quinn. I note that there is a Green Group amendment which will now be moved by Councillor Shanks.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I don't disagree with a lot of what Councillor O'Quinn says. I mean, we, as the opposition on the council, you'd have thought we might have known a bit more about this beforehand. So our main concern is that there has been no discussion with other councillors. This is about the council. It's not just about one group of the council deciding to change the constitution. And while we certainly agree with having, people being able to submit their public questions more within shorter time and having more scrutiny, it's making us submit our questions a lot further in advance, which is often more difficult. And, the different rules about extraordinary general council, which are already there anyway. So our main concern is that we used to have a constitution working group where people could bring ideas, where we could look at what might work better. we want the council to work smoothly. So why aren't we being included in that? So our amendment is basically, well, as you can see, we're striking out 2.2, but to add in that we set up a cross-party working group so that there are, if any future changes that people have ideas about, we can be consulted on. I mean, it doesn't feel to us at the moment, and we are the opposition at the moment, that it's working for us as a group of councillors to be able to make our points, to be listened to, etc. So that's our point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shanks. Councillor Davis, are you seconding?
Just formally.
Can you just formally second? Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to the general debate. Councillor Meadows.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. While I agree with a lot of what's been spoken on, I do agree with the Green Amendment here on this side. This review is designed to obscure opposition councillors' ability to ask questions of the administration. For example, 3.10 talks about extraordinary or special meetings being called. This takes away from the published meetings of the year, which we all sign up to, and changes not only the date, but the day, as today is a good example of, which can be hard for those who are working. I understand that this administration is always asking for special meetings and specials. There are more specials than McDonald's. But it does mean that as elected members, we are left scrabbling to put new dates in our diaries. And that can mean opposition councillors, and we are also opposition councillors, are excluded from input. In addition, it's been registered that instead of holding more publicly available meetings, that we have more task and finish groups. Councillor Sankey, I understand, spoke to press recently saying task and finish groups were better for democracy. The only problem for the public is that they are excluded from those task and finish groups. So how is that better for democracy? Again, with written questions from members, we now have to get them in 14 days before a meeting. The agendas aren't out at that point, so it actually defeats any idea of opposition councillors having valuable input. Again, Labour stopping us from seeing what they are doing, stopping us from scrutinising or questioning the administration. Transparency, nil, I'm afraid, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Meadows. Councillor Earthy.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be extremely brief, thank goodness. We support the Green Group amendment. We would rather have a cross-party working group for all political groups, so it'd be more for the interest of transparency. The Constitution is not a plaything of the ruling administration, but it has a number of stakeholders. Tinkering with the Constitution must be done with extreme care and in full visibility of all the stakeholders, especially the electorate. So we support the Green Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Earthy. Councillor O'Quinn, do you wish to respond to the debate?
Yes. Thank you for those points. I actually sat on the cross-party working group on the Constitution before, and it was always really very difficult because a lot of people didn't attend it. And I remember Claire Mooney and I sitting there many a time with John Peel. But, the whole point of moving to cabinet and system we have was to actually get rid of that huge number of cross-party working groups we had. And the task and finish groups are to try and actually include councillors from other parties far more, so they feel they are developing policy. Councillor Meadows is also very wrong about members of the public can't come to the task and finish groups. They can, but they have to be non-voting. They can ask to come along to those meetings, but they are totally non-voting. And obviously, we have limitations on space. But we will be inviting speakers in and so on, and people with lived experience. So I think, Councillor Meadows, we are really trying to be as open and democratic as possible. And I think you'll find that with all of the chairs of the scrutiny committee, we've really pushed for that. So I don't accept your saying that. And I don't think these are major amendments either. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor O'Quinn. I will now put the Green Group amendment to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands? All those in favour? All those against? Anybody wishing to abstain? I can confirm that the amendment has been lost. I will now put the recommendation as per the original report to the vote. Does the council agree? I can confirm that the recommendations have been carried. We now move to item 43, Council Plan Refresh. I will now call on Councillor Alexander to introduce the item. Councillor Alexander, you have 5 minutes.
Madam Mayor, when Labour took over as a majority administration in 2023, it was imperative to us that we had a long-term plan, a vision for Brighton and Hove, a vision for a better Brighton and Hove for all. The Council Plan 23 to 27 was approved at full council a few months later. The council plan with our bold ambitions is the ultimate guideline for any council decision, pathway or policy. The council plan and our ethos and aims lies at the heart of everything we do. It is the guide for all the council's corporate directors and their teams to follow. The council plan highlights brilliantly all that our beautiful city stands for. Embedded in the plan are the 4 strands: a city to be proud of, a fair and inclusive city, a healthy city where people strive, and a responsive council with well-run services. Brighton and Hove is an amazing city, full of energy, character and creativity. As a city, we have an international reputation as a welcoming, colourful and vibrant place to live, work and visit. We are a city that is increasingly diverse and inclusive. We have a bustling independent retail sector, beautiful award-winning green spaces and an iconic seafront. All good plans need to be revisited and refreshed, and we have done exactly this. Our ambitions remain firmly in place, and we are as committed as ever to delivering them. The refresh of our council plan reflects our vision for a fairer, healthier and more sustainable city. We have achieved so much over the past 2 years, but we do know there is much more to do. We will continue to listen closely to our city's residents, local businesses, our community groups and our partners. Over the next 2 years, we will be stronger than ever on our mission to improve the look and feel of our city. We will continue to tackle inequality. We will continue to address housing supply and prevent homelessness. We will continue to drive sustainable economic growth. We will be improving and better integrating our transport systems. We will build more affordable housing and council homes. We will continue to maximise efforts to decarbonise at a fast pace. We will continue with ambitious stride to grow our city, and we will continue to target investment in the regeneration of our heritage assets. Brighton and Hove has incredible strengths, and together we will continue to build on these strengths to create a city that really does deliver a better Brighton and Hove for all. We are working with people with lived experience of homelessness to improve homelessness. We will improve housing solutions for domestic abuse survivors. We will continue to work to address antisocial behaviour and improve community spaces on our housing estate. We will continue to engage with our city's disabled residents, LGBTQI+, Black and racially minoritized communities, and women and girls. Throughout Accessible City strategy, we will continue to embed accessibility and disability inclusion principles. We'll continue to work with communities to prioritise actions in our anti-racist strategy, to challenge racial inequality, address racial discrimination wherever we find it, and create a better, fairer and more equal city. We remain committed to trans inclusion. We are working to secure our re-accreditation as a city of sanctuary. We will continue to grow the council's fairness funds. We will continue to our work with communities in the most deprived areas of our city to reduce barriers to and increase residents' uptake of health and wellbeing services. We will strengthen the work of our poverty reduction steering group. We changed criteria for secondary school admissions in efforts to reduce the city's educational inequality gap. We introduced a mental health project for our secondary schools. We have plans ahead for a new strategy for our city where we'll be recognised nationally for a focus on women and girls in sports.
We know that there is much to do, and we know that there are barriers to remove and hurdles to jump over, but we are on it. I ask that colleagues in this chamber are supportive of the council plan refresh. Councillors and officers have achieved a lot over the last 2 years, but we must continue to strive and work hard for a better Brighton and Hove for all.
Thank you, Councillor Alexander. We will now move to the general debate. I call upon Councillor Sykes.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I've read this document. It's a comprehensive document. Thank you very much. It's necessarily technocratic, with the numbered outcomes and KPIs you'd expect when tracking delivery, with a big focus on communicating message of the political administration. Councillor Taylor made the point not very long ago that the reason Labour's in the doldrums nationally and locally isn't about the lack of delivery, it's about the quality of the message. So maybe that's informed this paper. Having said that, I've got no particular problem with technocratic presentation. It's great to see evidence of progress across directorates. And looking at individual programme reports, I was reminded that the 4-year term of a political administration is an artificial and quite short time frame. There's many areas of work cross political administrations. Something might be started by Labour, continued by Conservatives, completed by Greens. What you don't want, and usually don't get, admittedly, in this council, is the next administration shutting programmes down for review and starting again. That's HS2 syndrome and is a massive waste of money. So we don't really do that. That's good. But there are many examples of continuity programmes here. Council house building, bike share, Madeira terraces, active travel, school streets, biodiversity enhancements, decarbonisation, solar installations, flood defences, government grants for infrastructure investment, digital first, youth centre and more. And in relation to this, the peer review comments are relevant when we think about citywide continuity programmes. Peers talked about an inward focus of the administration and a lack of prominence of partnership working, including absence of dialogue around how the council engages with communities and the business sector. So that's something to learn from, and I'm sure the administration will. And this is relevant in the context of what I said previously, because a lot of long-term projects and programmes depend for their success on broad buy-in and contribution, so this should be recognised. Just one more comment on the risk register. We all agree on the top risk facing this council, which is financial sustainability. The narrative here in the risk register is central government funding and changes to local government funding have increased financial risks. There are concerns also about rising costs in housing, social care and inflation. And local government reorganisation and devolution are included as financial risks, contributing to the council's top risk, as an observation. So the point there is that plans can't go anywhere without funding. A lot is made of this council's precarious financial position. This paper makes it clear where the responsibility for that position lies, and that local and national decisions by Labour have added to financial risk. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. We call upon Councillor McNair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Why are parties allowed 4 speakers on this report, more than any other, so that Labour can spend a quarter of an hour praising their own achievements? Well, let's spend some time examining the failings. A serious breach of standards was identified by the regulator of social housing in August 2024, leading to official censure. Their report cited a backlog of approximately 8,000 low-priority repairs, with some dating as far back as 2021. 3,600 council homes lacked a current electrical condition report. More than 600 required a water risk assessment. Despite a Labour government, which you might think would support a Labour council, the council's finances face ongoing challenges due to low reserves and increasing service pressure. And residents can continue to expect maximum council tax rises. Despite those tax increases and the £33 million brought in by parking fees, this counts as the highest profit maker outside London. The performance of the city's waste and recycling service still isn't something to write home about. There are still streets all over the city that rarely get a regular rubbish collection. The council has not met its recycling targets, and it's getting worse. The council's rate is around 27%. It's 44% in England as a whole. Most schools in the city, maybe all of them, are in serious deficit, to the tune of hundreds of thousands of pounds each. This is the result of years of mismanagement. Schools are cutting staff, not, as Bridget Phillipson promised, increasing the numbers of teachers. This administration despite the Chancellor promising a library in every school, is closing libraries. And now residents are going to have to pay for local government reorganisation they didn't vote for. People don't vote for Labour to see schools and libraries close, and yet residents have to pay for Rachel Reeve's growing budget black hole. On top of this, Brighton and Hove City Council was ordered to pay £160,000 in legal costs after a planning appeal regarding the Brighton gasworks site. It may end up substantially higher. That could have paid for a few libraries. The National Labour government has overseen rises in inflation, double the Bank of England's target, an unaffordable benefits bill, increasing energy prices, falling productivity in the public sector, rising taxes to pay for public sector wage bills, cutting winter fuel allowance, increasing employer national insurance payments, which is leading to rising unemployment, a flatlining economy, and no sign of pushback from this council.
Thank you, Councillor McNair. Call upon Councillor Fishley.
Thank you. I just want to say that's outrageous that Councillor McNair said that local schools are in deficit because of mismanagement. So disrespectful to the teachers and hardworking staff in our schools. I did want to say that one of the actions for the council plan is to increase use of our libraries and improve facilities and library users' experience. And next to that sentence is the green on track button. So I really think that that needs to be changed to action required, red. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fishley. I call upon Councillor Cattell.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, as part of at the start of our administration in 2023, I was delighted when Bella asked me to lead on major projects. With a background in town planning and construction, I've been involved with the built environment for most of my working life. Being involved as a councillor gives me the opportunity to play a part in making Brighton and Hove a city to be even more proud of. We currently have 3 exciting major projects at various stages in the city. Hove Beach Park, which is mostly in mine and Councillor Parrott's ward, is finally up and running, and even in its early days proved to be one of the most popular attractions in the city. The opening of Yellow Wave in the late summer completed the much needed outdoor sports offer at the western end of the seafront. Councillor Parrott and I have already enjoyed the wonderful food on offer at Babel and Yellow Wave Cafe, which we both highly recommend. The restoration of Madeira Terrace, arguably the most iconic structure in Brighton, was kick-started by Warren Morgan, Labour leader of the 2015 Labour administration. He was working with an amazing group of local campaigners who have made a huge contribution to raising awareness of the project, as well as raising a considerable amount of money. As the project has progressed, I've never failed to be amazed by the complexity involved in restoring a 130-year-old cast iron structure, which incidentally was manufactured at a foundry in Lewes, which is sadly now gone. So repair and restoration of each and every piece of the structure is being carried out at a foundry in Leicester, one of the only companies in the country with necessary skills. I visited the foundry in September and was truly blown away by not only the detailed work involved, but the care and commitment to restoring one of our greatest and best loved heritage assets. It is a unique feat of engineering, and I'm proud to have played my part in seeing it through. The 3 previous attempts to replace King Alfred Sports and Leisure Centre all failed, but this Labour administration has made a firm commitment to delivering the project, and deliver it we will. I've enjoyed working with Councillor Robbins and the project team, and I'm looking forward to again seeing it through to the planning application stage and beyond. Finally, I'm honoured to be a member of the recently convened Seafront Development Board, along with Councillors Taylor, Miller and Lord Bassam. The board's purpose is to shape our vision for our coastline and encourage further investment.
20 seconds.
We will continue to develop innovative situations to invest in and restore our listed Victorian seafront heritage assets, and continue to invest in future-proofing the shoreline and surrounding area from erosion and flooding. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cattell. That was absolutely spot on. Will I call upon Councillor McLeod, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm proud to call Brighton and Hove home. What began as a temporary move 16 years ago became the place where I chose to settle and raise my family. It's a city known for its warmth, diversity and resilience. Our community stood united against the threat of anti-immigration riots in 2024 and continues to reject division and hate. And echoing Councillor Sankey's words earlier, now more than ever, we must hold these values and strengthen social cohesion. We must protect the social bedrock that makes Brighton and Hove so special. And so while there is much to celebrate in the council plan, I want to offer a word of caution, when I hope our Labour colleagues will take on board. As we welcome investment to build a diverse and sustainable economy, we must remain vigilant about its sources. Short-term financial gains can come at the expense of long-term social value, especially when public assets fall into the grasp of international corporations that extract wealth without reinvestment locally. A recent Who Owns Brighton campaign led by Brighton and Hove Community Land Trust focused on the Circus Street development and highlighted that BlackRock, the world's largest asset manager, was one of the institutions extracting value from the development, value that will not be reinvested back into Brighton. I was also concerned to hear about the sale of Bond Street cottages by the council to developers recently. One of those buildings houses the Sussex Arts Group and is a building that should be protected on both its historical and cultural merits. It's a popular and well-used facility, for arts in the Brighton community, the evidence of which is seen through its thriving arts programme. By not consulting with this group earlier, they have not had the opportunity to communicate the impact this decision will have on their community. What makes Brighton unique? It's the arts community and creative sector which play a huge role, and as we heard earlier in the petition on busking. We must not sacrifice this community in the quest for short-term financial gain. Our bustling independent retail sector, as quoted in these papers, is under pressure as well, and some of those businesses are fearing that this Christmas will be their last. They are feeling the squeeze of rising rents and the creep of corporate chains into the area that can afford these higher rents. And unfortunately, under planning law, there is little the council can do to prevent this, aside from enforcing protections under conservation area rules. I was curious to see how streets in London managed to keep corporate chains out. The examples I found often benefited from non-corporate landlords and landlords who own the entire street. Streets that are dominated by corporate landlords will struggle to retain social value and investment in the local community, illustrating the importance to question the long-term social value of selling off council assets and to anyone who is not invested in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor McLeod. I call on Councillor Nunn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm delighted for once to be making a speech on an unambiguously positive subject. That is the impact of the council plan refresh on transport in our city. Normally, you'd expect this speech will be coming from our Cabinet Member for Transport, Councillor Trevor Newton. However, Councillor Newton is a private and demure man, not given to public displays about his achievements. But if you want more information on this deeply private figure, check out his interviews and photo spreads in the Argus, or his various radio and TV appearances in April, May, June, July, August or September. I'll start with a subject close to the councillor's private heart, buses. This refresh has resulted in huge improvements in Brighton and Hove's bus network. 2 new express services have been introduced, the X services, X1 and X3, linking disparate parts of the city, making it quicker and more convenient to move between them. Other routes have also been extended. £10 million has been allocated on the zero emissions bus project, and Zebra 2 funding has been secured to enable the redevelopment of the Conway Street bus station depot. As well as this, bus stops have been improved, providing real-time updates and improved security features. 1.6 million extra has been spent on roads. If you want to catch a rare glimpse of Councillor Newton in the wild, then hang around by the side of the road that needs attention, and soon he'll appear with a high vis on and a team of workers putting it right. Many kilometres of roads and footpaths have been refreshed in this way, and many more will soon be. The refresh has resulted in the most comprehensive EV charging network outside of London. We now have 500 plus EV charging stations, and we're delivering 600 lamppost charging points, so residents without drives can charge up as well. 1,000 fast chargers will be installed along with 1,000 rapid charging stations and 4 ultra-rapid hubs. Active travel has been improved by looking at the design and how space available to us is used and what works best for the majority of users on roads and footpaths. All this will lead to an improvement in our air quality, our safety, our convenience and our user experience. This in turn will promote the greater use of public transport and more active travel, creating, we hope, a virtuous circle and an increasingly healthy and pollution-free city around which our residents can move with ease. As I said at the start, all this is an unambiguous good. I could list many more benefits of this refresh, but I simply don't have time in 3 minutes allocated to me. And I can feel Councillor Newton's eyes boring at the back of my head.
Thank you, Councillor Nunn. I call on Councillor Hill.
Thank you. It struck me that the LGA peer review felt to me as though it was quite a separate item to the council's plan. So I just want to touch on an aspect of the LGA peer review where they talk about the more comprehensive approach that we need as a council towards member development. And that is something that the LGA peers asked of our council to address. And they had concerns about all members being able to contribute effectively. And so I'd hope that the councillors read that and consider what they can do and what can be done to help improve our member development as a council. Now, onto the specifics of the council plan. There's an area around responsiveness and digital exclusion, which, if I recall correctly, former councillor Gilly Stevens spoke on in her maiden speech when the council plan was last brought. Now, I think it's important to recognise that it's still very hard for residents to speak to somebody over the phone when they try to access council services. And I find I get complaints about this very often coming up as soon as I mention the word council to residents, as this is something that's a continual issue. In responsiveness, in the section on responsiveness, for the council plan, there's mention of rolling out the use of, quote, agentic and generative AI. And I do think that extreme care should be taken with AI, which I think is not a reliable tool and can't be used as a replacement for human intelligence to make savings. Generative AI is harming the quality of human intelligence and knowledge, or at least that's what ChatGPT told me. Being serious, I don't want our residents to be given inaccurate information by generative AI, and having a human face or voice to speak to helps people have trust in their council services, and they deserve to be able to have access to that. The huge pressure to make financial savings each year is driving this, and it leaves me concerned. Otherwise, I'm glad to see the trans toolkit mentioned, although the Labour government's position is entirely different to that taken by this council on the matter. I think there's also a need to improve understanding of what our risk management is and helping councillors understand how to manage risk. And it seems as though the LGA, so it's going back to the LGA peer review, but they did ask that councillors have a clear sense of what level of risk the council is willing to take. And I think that training around risk would be an area for member development to consider. So I hope that you will consider the words of the peer review, and I hope that you will be looking very carefully around the ethical issues regarding AI and the need for residents to speak to a real person and to have that engagement that is ultimately the most reliable way to engage with a service and to get answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hill. Call upon Councillor Sherd.
Thanks, Mayor. You've already heard from my wonderful colleagues what this report does for some of the issues that come up most with our residents. So I now have the rather unenviable task of summing up everything else that the new council plan contains. Basically, I've got 3 minutes to fit in the remaining 20 pages, so better get cracking. We've heard about the sea plan and all the things we're doing there, but that doesn't even begin to cover the work being led by Councillor Taylor on creating the opposite of the Liz Truss budget, a thriving economy. Our new tech cluster helping Brighton to lead the way in the tech and digital sector, helping us fuel the jobs that will shape our tomorrow, laying down in writing our belief in a self-sufficient community through our circular economy plans, and not to mention our work with everyone, especially the universities, to make this a low-carbon economy as well. Speaking of, our environmental revolution spearheaded by Councillor Rokins. After years of dedication from the previous administrations on the 2% of carbon emissions left by the council, we now have a plan to reduce the other 98. This is not to mention our commitment to protecting our natural space with new tree programmes, something I know Council Window has been helping shape, but taking the lead in innovating a passionate community members, both individuals and organisations, in protecting and improving our green spaces. And just wait till you see what we can achieve with our plans to take advantage of government programmes like Great British Energy, proof of what Labour can do when given power both locally and nationally. I can see time's getting away from me, so let's go to a quick fire round. Continuation to promise to stamp out rogue landlords, that's in there. Commitment to 100% council tax payments on second homes, that's in there. Commitment to community cohesion strategy to help people feel safe, that's in there. Programmes to keep as many children in the care system to be housed in or close to their hometown, that's in there. Improvements to youth services with commitment to empower young people over their services and futures, that's in there. I'd be remiss if I did not touch on, as Councillor Hill was just going through, our generative AI and RPA programmes. This is not just to enhance, but to truly turbocharge what our officers can do, from being able to identify people at risk of homelessness before coming close to losing their house, to aiding departments such as adult social care to get back to residents more quickly. This should not only mean more time for our officers to spend giving our residents the service they should expect, but allow technology to start to adapt to our staff, not our staff to adapt to technology. I can see I really am getting short of time here, so I'm going to get back to the speed round. A commitment to learn from the lived experiences of our service users. That's in there. A statement to evolve from a listening council to a learning council. That's in there. I haven't even mentioned the devolution of LGR yet, but working to take full advantage of the biggest opportunity for our residents on offer. You better bet it's in there, Madam Mayor. I'm pretty sure I am running out of time. I can see I've got 30 seconds, so I better do a big finale. So I'm sorry that I haven't had a chance to go through everything that's in here, because there is truly some amazing work here. But I think this refresh can be summarised by the 5 pillars laid out within it. We will work to build a council and a city defined by our connectivity, our innovation, our competence, our health, and its diversity, which leaves me just enough time, Madam, to say Happy Halloween.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shade. I think you made a world record for speed giving speeches there. So I'd like to move to Councillor Davies, please.
Thanks for that. Thank you, Mayor Grimshaw, and I will be brief, as you know. And as indicated, the Green Group are minded to support this, but as everyone else is getting their 2 pence worth in on some of the transport topics, I thought I might add to it. I really enjoyed my bus journey into Town Hall today, especially seeing the advancing works on Valley Gardens. And it's a real shame Councillor West couldn't make it today, as it was he in 2019 that requested a Valley Gardens working group that I will add was very well attended by members of the public, whose input was utterly invaluable. And that eventually led to the previous administration sealing the plans of Policy and Resources Committee for this wonderful project. My bus journey was made all the more pleasant given the improvement made by the initial £28 million bus service improvement plan 4 years ago. And I'm pleased to see all of these active travel projects mentioned in the report, and they all had their genesis in a previous administration. So it's good to see their vision coming to fruition, whoever they were. Oh, and I think it's only 18 months to the next local elections, but I could be wrong. I said I'd be brief, so on a serious and genuine note now, I would like to give credit where credit's due. It's comforting to see a robust anti-racist strategy within this report, given the appalling lurch to the right in general. And given that the trans community are under an ever-increasing threat as culture wars abound, I applaud the trans toolkit that is included in this report. I would also like to echo the comments made by the Leader of the Council at the beginning of her opening speech, as we will always be a city of sanctuary and we will always stand against hate and prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davies. Councillor Alexander, do you wish to respond to the debate?
Just a couple of little bits. Firstly, it's my understanding, Councillor McNair, that there were actually at the recent whips meeting, it was then agreed between all the whips that there'd be 4 speakers for each group. So I don't know if you recall that or not. Of course, some opposition councillors will always find stuff to pick holes in, and I just want to say that I'm really proud to be part of a learning council. And yes, there are barriers to break down and hurdles to jump, but as I said in my beginning speech, that we're on it, and that there'll always be little things that come up. But I'm really proud to be part of the administration that overcomes the hurdles and gets the job done. And just like finance came up a couple of times, and I just want to say that we've managed to balance the books over the last 2 years. And you know, the purse is quite empty sort of everywhere, but we managed to juggle and make adjustments and make it work. And I would be really surprised if any of the other groups would be able to do what we've been able to do in the last couple of years. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Alexander. Ask the councillors now to vote on the recommendations. Does the council agree? Thank you. We now move to item 44, devolution for Sussex and Brighton. I will call on Councillor Hewitt to introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is an exciting moment for our region. The government has set out an ambitious plan to broaden and deepen devolution across England to help drive economic growth, improve living standards and strengthen public services. Following an application to join the devolution priority programme and a public consultation, Brighton and Hove City Council welcomed the government's decision to move forward with plans for devolution in Sussex and Brighton and has been collaborating with partners across the region towards the creation of a new mayoral combined county authority. Before a new mayoral combined county authority for Sussex and Brighton can be formally created, three upper tier authorities, West Sussex County Council, East Sussex County Council and us here in Brighton and Hove are required to provide consent. As covered in the previous item this evening, devolution is central to the delivery of Brighton and Hove City Council's ambitions set out in the refreshed council plan and commits the council to seek to maximise the opportunities offered by devolution for Sussex and Brighton. Tonight is an opportunity for the Chamber to discuss the positive impacts devolution will have on our region before the Cabinet meeting on Thursday, where the decision will be made on giving approval to formally consenting to devolution. Work is already underway in preparation for this. Last Friday, Councillor Sankey, alongside the leaders of East Sussex County Council and West Sussex County Council, chaired an inaugural Sussex and Brighton Devolution Partnership Board, bringing together senior partners from across Sussex to working together to maximise the opportunities presented. And in addition to this, the three councils have also appointed an interim chief officer to guide the development and creation of a new mayoral combined county authority. Mark Rogers has extensive experience in the creation of mayoral combined authorities, having played pivotal roles in the formation of West Midlands Combined Authority, East Midlands Combined County Authority, and most recently, Hull and East Yorkshire Combined Authority. The 7 areas which will be devolved down from central government are transport and local infrastructure, skills and employment, economic development and regeneration, housing and strategic planning, environment and net zero, health, well-being and public service reform, and public safety. Having these decisions made in Sussex for Sussex will ensure that decisions will be made for the urban, rural and coastal communities in our great county. Our preferred model for local government reorganisation, which we submitted last month, will complement this, as it will allow 5 areas of Sussex to have their voices heard at the top table. With these powers, significant funding will be secured by a new 30-year, £1.14 billion investment fund, which will be able to support the agreed regional priorities. Funds to support the establishment of the authority and reimbursement for the election costs will also be in place. I'm looking forward to hearing the other contributions tonight as we move one step closer to gaining these new powers to revitalise our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hewitt. We'll now move to the general debate. I would like to call upon Councillor Sykes.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Just a quick reflection, first of all, on something Councillor Hewitt just said. I mean, the areas of responsibility passed down by national government to the mayoral authority. Obviously, we are also losing areas of responsibility in the same areas up to this combined authority, and yeah, there for me is the risk, and we won't be supportive of this. I'll keep this brief, as you know, we have discussed this quite a lot before now. I think there's an irony here. Many policy proposals, local and national, have screamed out for urgent delivery, and because they may have been or are politically contentious, the response of the prevailing administration has been, now is not quite the right time for taxing cigarettes, enforcing seatbelts, gay marriage, cycle lanes on the drive, environmental protections, net zero, etc., etc. Usually common sense has won out. But turning that on its head, if there are ever policy decisions that screamed out potentially nice ideas, but let's flesh them out and maybe wait until the politics and finances are a bit more predictable, they are devolution and its difficult cousin, local government reorganisation. I think rushing headlong into Devo and LGR will be seen as this Labour administration's local Brexit moment. The predicted benefits will be a long time coming, if they come at all. The disbenefits will mount up quickly, and someone, maybe the future Reform Executive Mayor of Greater Sussex, because I'd quickly lose that word Brighton, will probably blame immigration. The difference between this and Brexit is that most people consulted seem to be against, rather than, at the time, marginally for the proposals. Madam Mayor, it's not too late for the administration to do it Boris Johnson and pivot.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. Councillor Oliveros.
Thank you. Just to reiterate a point I made previously, this council spent 20 years to get an administration with power to do stuff, and this administration is handing that power away, and I doubt it'll be to a progressive party. So they're really thinking about that. Also, the priorities of East and West Sussex are very, very different from Brighton. And when you bring authorities like that together, normally the smallest authorities, the ones that are going to suffer the most. So on your hands there, you are pretty much giving away power.
Thank you, Councillor Oliveira. Councillor Hogan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do think it's fantastic that young people from Basvic came to speak to us about their optimism for devolution, what they hope it will bring for them. And I do want to share their optimism. I really do. All the talk of increased availability of money, improved transport links, and other increased opportunities. In reality, I doubt the proposed devolution and the creation of the mayoral strategic authority in Sussex will impact greatly on us here in Brighton and Hove. But I do worry about the towns and villages outside, where decisions are made and have been made by locals in parish or district councils. Sussex is a varied county with large cities, small villages, coastal towns, and countryside communities. It is difficult for me to see how all these communities will be managed accordingly by one overarching mayoral strategic authority. It's also worth noting the huge cost of this is laid out in the report and the enormous amount of time devoted to this when there are more pressing issues to be sorted. Well, at least that's what our residents tell us. But there is one thing I'm optimistic about, which is that at least there will be a safe pair of hands with a wealth of local experience in charge. Her name is Katie Vaughan.
Thank you, Councillor Hogan. I move to Councillor Mewton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I wish to share with you a vision for a connected transport across Sussex. I have a vision for how transport and infrastructure can truly work for the people of Sussex and our city. Integrated, affordable, publicly accountable, fair and transformational. We lead the way nationally on public EV charging. Over 7,500 public charge points are coming, 6,000 new lamppost charge points, 1,000 fast, 100 rapid, and at least 4 ultra-rapid charging points planned for our city. We're not just lighting the path for our neighbours, we're shining a beacon to the country with our commitment to and our ambition. We have by far the best used public bus service outside London, and we continue to innovate. Fully EV double-decker buses on Route 7. By April this time next year,
and EV double deckers are recharged in Hove, serving communities across the city and into West Sussex. A recent consultation of better designed active travel corridor from Hove to city western boundary demonstrates a gold standard of design, balancing everybody's needs moving around the city. And this summer we consulted on our city transport plan, an ambitious roadmap for a cleaner, fairer and more connected, thriving future. But the vision doesn't stop at our borders. I want to share with you the love. Connect the neighbouring authorities, build trust in public transport and public control for the public, and help make this the first choice for our region. Imagine a Sussex where you can hop onto a bus knowing it's reliable, affordable, and get you where it needs to go. A single unified ticket lets you switch between bus operators, hop on the train or hire a bike, all with ease, where cyclists can ride safely from Shoreham to Seaford and beyond, supported by gold standard infrastructure. With devolution, we can make this happen, a progressive approach to transport, that doesn't rely on the car for every journey, but empowers people to choose clean, affordable alternatives, a future where every bus is zero emission, electric or hydrogen, a real breath of fresh air, where our rail network is reliable, resilient and reconnected, from Brighton to Lewes to Uckfield, Crowborough, Tunbridge Wells and Tunbridge and beyond into North Kent. And let's not forget freight. We must shift more goods onto rail and low carbon routes, valuing our Sussex ports. This is our moment. Let's build a transport system that connects Sussex and our city, not just physically, but socially, economically, equitably and sustainably. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luton. I call upon Councillor Hill.
Thank you. I'd like to focus my speech initially on fire and rescue services, particularly in the sense that I'm concerned that the process of devolution will be used as a way to cover for undemocratic changes in East Sussex and Brighton Hove to fire and rescue decision making, as well as a way to conceal cuts to such services. I think our current arrangement of having a fire authority board comprised of 18 representatives from across the East Sussex County Council and Brighton Hove City Council area is one that I think works. Moving this simply under a mayor would be inferior, and that is akin to Katie Bourne's previous proposal to remove the fire authority board and bring it under her then current police and crime commissioner role. I'm worried about having a mayor who gives responsibility for fire and rescue to one of their 7 proposed commissioner roles, who would have a broad remit and wouldn't focus as much on the fire and rescue area. They also wouldn't necessarily be somebody who was experienced and qualified in the area of fire and rescue. In addition, unlike in other areas like London, there's no provision for elected representatives to do fire scrutiny in these arrangements, even though they do exist. For instance, Zach Polanski chairs the Fire Committee in London, which is a body that scrutinises the London Fire Service. So I'm concerned that that uncertainty around this broader issue also creates problems where the fire and rescue service for East Sussex can't easily make long-term decisions. And that was something that was highlighted recently when we took our decision for the community risk management planning. So I would urge all mayoral candidates to engage with fire and rescue staff as well as decision makers. Fire and rescue needs more than anything better funding and more focus on it. And that must be a part of the devolution discussion. Now, I think there are opportunities which have come as a result of the idea of having a strategic authority that I do want to recognise. One example of this would be regarding adult social care. Specifically, due to insolvency in community equipment provider NRS, Brighton Hove had to do emergency commissioning and commissioned Millbrook, which also serves West and East Sussex. Now, I would be interested in starting a conversation about potential benefits to unlock here, as 3 contracts with the same company could perhaps be improved in the future with one across Sussex with one community equipment provider. I've been told West and East Sussex were a bit nervous because they already had the contract about Brighton Hove City Council starting working with Millbrook. So I wonder if all of those councils working together under that one strategic authority could benefit from a new shared contract in future. Now, this is just one example of where cross-Sussex working can be beneficial. And that's why I support a strategic authority
albeit I think electing a mayor by first past the post next May is not the best approach. Despite this, I will be putting my full support behind Rachel Millwood, our Green candidate and co-leader of Wealdon District Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. I call upon Councillor Daniel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the ongoing accommodation to sit. It's appreciated. The people of Sussex clearly do welcome the opportunity of devolution to develop our own economic powerhouse on the south coast. Devolution is a fundamental recognition that a one-size-fits-all approach has left regions and towns behind. And that leaves people behind, especially those with disabilities or other barriers to learning and earning. Our Get Sussex working plan, which is coming to Cabinet this Thursday, is a blueprint for the new mayoral authority on taking forward employment support that meets the needs of people who want to work but can't take that step forward without support. Our city is getting £4.5 million of Connect to Work funding to support those cohorts, because we won't accept that there are people whose ambitions do not matter and who can't picture a future which is financially secure. Where there are already mayors, they have been given money to commission the NHS services like occupational therapists, physios, and support for mental health. I would love that added to our support offer. It would be transformative. I visited Backer last week and saw the next generation of trades being trained up. There's space for more, and we need to fill every slot if we want homes built by Sussex for Sussex. Students come to Backer from all over the city, Shoreham, Hassocks, and there is an excellent rail link. Our city is ready to deliver more. My daughter's taken an academic track, and she was joking with her brother that they seem to be in a competition to choose the least employable higher education courses. So I looked up philosophy, and in fact, Sussex with our AI hub is super employable because philosophy is needed by corporates and governments to develop and use these systems in terms of the logic and principles guiding them. So sad times for her, she will definitely find work. We are so lucky in Sussex that the mayoralty will be forged in the white heat of these new technologies with a global hub right here in our own city. So from plumbing to philosophy and a whole range of other disciplines, we need everyone to succeed, and we will leave nobody behind. Our blueprint for skills means that everyone is included. A blueprint by Sussex for Sussex.
Thank you, Councillor Daniel. I call upon Councillor Pickett.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief on this, as I believe we've already made our position clear. We're not against devolution, transferring powers and resources from central government to local regions such as ours. But the way this process has been implemented so far has been too fast, unrepresentative, one-sided in parts, and generally undemocratic. It could all be so much better. According to the Council's own peer review, there is a recommendation that states the Council needs to develop a shared vision and narrative in collaboration with partners across Sussex in relation to devolution and local government reorganisation. The review further states that this is essential, and yet we know that this has not been happening. How can this process work if key partners are already complaining that they're being excluded? As the peer review further states, building a collective vision for the future of local governance will be vital to ensure influence and readiness in shaping any forthcoming changes. This administration needs to do better. Furthermore, I'd like assurance in terms of voting choice. Is it the intention to use supplementary vote as used in other mayoral elections? Supplementary vote means politicians need a wider base of support than first past the post, but they are much less likely to get half the vote than with alternative vote. Supplementary vote is viewed as encouraging a more positive style of campaigning, as candidates need a second preference of third parties. It also stops candidates winning on low levels of support, but doesn't need them to get half the vote. With this in mind, I remain hopeful that this will be the preferred choice when residents are finally given the chance to engage in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pickett. Councillor Hewitt, do you wish to respond to the debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, and thank you everyone tonight for your contributions. response to Councillor Sykes, devolution has existed in this country since the 1990s. We are in a minority in Sussex. Over half the population of England is in a devolved area already, so you can't really say that we're rushing into this. Councillor De La Vera, this is about bringing power down from central government to Britain's one of the most centralised countries in Europe. You're right that the priorities for East and West Sussex will differ to ours here in the city. So that's why our 5 unitary approach will bring more localised representatives for those decision making. Councillor Hogan, parish and town councils will still exist and will continue to work with their local upper tier councils. Devolution doesn't detract from that. Councillor Mewton, okay, you've won back your transport crown from Councillor Nan, but you are right. But you are right. This will bring real positives back into our region for the benefits which could come from having this integrated transport approach. Councillor Hill, mayors will be accountable for the exercise of the Fire and Rescue Authority where boundaries align. Mayors can either exercise this themselves or they could delegate to a deputy or a commissioner. But it's important to note that these powers won't transfer until April 2027. So there's still sort of time to flesh out and work out how that will work in this instance. Councillor Daniel, yes, the Get Sussex Working Plan is going to be a real massive part of this programme, be one of our sort of first areas, and really looking forward to seeing how that progresses when this becomes a reality. And Councillor Pickett, I've alluded to my earlier speech, have been working with key partners on devolution on that, and in terms of the voting system, first past the post is going to be in place for these elections as a primary legislation which was inherited, wasn't able to be changed in time. However, for elections going forward, it will be with the supplementary vote system, which I'm pleased about. As I've said, this is an exciting moment for our region, and the deputation earlier today really shows the differences it could make to residents in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hewitt. I will now put the recommendation as set out in the cover report to the vote. The recommendation is the Council endorses the recommendation set out in the Cabinet report attached.
Well, we'll just proceed. The other thing is, we just leave the meeting, but not as well. So, yeah, proceed with the meeting. Yeah.
So I'm up to here, aren't I now?
Yeah, just check. Is there someone to move a recording voice? That's what we need to.
Have I said that?
No.
Right, so I understand members have a preference for a recorded vote. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the motion to be a recorded vote? Thank you very much, Josh, thank you. A request for the recorded vote has been moved and seconded. Does council agree a recorded vote should take place? Thank you. The request for the recorded vote has been carried out. I will now ask Anthony to undertake the recorded vote and confirm the results.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Alexander. Thank you. Alan. Four. Asaduzzaman. Four. Atkinson. Agin. McGough. Cattell. Sholak. Daniel. Davis. De Oliveira.
Against.
Murphy.
For.
Evans. Fishley. Fowler. Galvin. Gage. Goddard. Goldsmith. Gilmont. Helliwell. Hewitt. Hill.
Against.
Hogan. Lademacher. Loughran. Lyons. Mackey. McGregor. McLean. McNair. Meadows. Miller. Newton. Nan. O'Quinn. Parrott. Pickett. Robbins. Robinson. Rokins. Sankey. Shanks. Sherd. Simon. Sykes. Taylor. Theobald. Thompson. West. Wilkinson. Williams. Wanda. Grimshaw.
4.
I can confirm there are 34, 9 against and 5 abstentions.
I can confirm that the recommendation has been carried. We move to item 45. Item 45, the partial review of polling districts and polling places. I will now call on Councillor Allen to introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I seek to move this report, which is about one of the most fundamental things in our democracy, the right to vote, and ensuring that everyone in our city can exercise that right fairly. Through this review, we're making sure that polling stations across Brighton and Hove are accessible, well located, and equipped to serve every resident. We've listened to feedback from voters, polling station staff, and equalities groups, and now we're changing how we do things. These reforms will impact polling stations in Central Hove, Hangleton and Knoll, Kemp Town, North Portslade, Whitehawk and Marina, and my own polling station in Woodingdean. This will mean ensuring step-free access, keeping polling places near public transport links,
and avoiding disruption to schools and libraries. These are practical changes that enhance the act of going out to vote. Madam Mayor, the Labour Party is the party of democracy, whether in the workplace by supporting our trade unions, in public services like our railways coming up for renationalisation in May 2026, or indeed at the ballot box. And when Labour leads nationally, it's the same story. The Labour government has committed to extending the right to vote to 16 and 17-year-olds, restoring a more proportional voting system scrapped by the Conservatives for regional elected offices like our mayoralties, and getting rid of aristocratic hereditary peers once and for all.
That's right.
But meanwhile, there are dark forces in our country that seek to undermine our democracy. They spread division, disinformation, and corrosive rhetoric. They would turn the clock back on progress. The opportunists in Reform UK, the thugs in Tommy Robinson's latest outfit, and others on the far right that thrive on cynicism and division. They don't want a stronger democracy. They want a smaller one in their hands. They don't want more people voting. They want fewer.
Can you hold, please,
With pleasure.
As much as I agree with the point made, I feel as though this isn't relating to the partial review of polling districts. So I'd ask if the motion could be put rather than to talk about this more broader topic, which isn't related to the item that's being heard.
Thank you. I've noted your comments. Carry on, please, Councillor Allen.
With pleasure. These forces offer anger, not answers. They offer scapegoats, not solutions. But we beat these reactionary elements and retrograde agendas by strengthening trust in democracy. See, patience gets you a long way, Councillor Hill. By ensuring that every voice in every community is heard. That's what we're doing here. I'm really proud to cover democratic and electoral services in my portfolio, as I'm a Democrat through and through. So let's never brush over when we're improving our democracy. Let's take some time and celebrate that, and ensure we have a democracy fit to pass on to the next generation, as the best defence of democracy is making sure it works well for everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. We'll move to the general debate. Councillor Shanks.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I am pleased to see this report, and I'm pleased that we're not using schools, although I think Hill Park School is on this, is still on here, so I'm not sure if I think it's really good that either you close all the schools and all the children get a day off, or otherwise it's unfair to some children and parents who get a day off. So that's good. I mean, as we are talking about democracy, then I would have thought that an incoming Labour government would have got rid of the ridiculous voter ID that we've all got to have. Mm-hmm. We could have done that as part of the devolution bill. Also, you know, I don't agree with the devolution agenda. I think that is also taking power, as has been said before. And what about proportional representation? Let's have a better and fairer voting system if we're really going to have democracy. We're not even allowed now. We're going to be stopped from actually coming back to the democratic system of governance of the council, which was the committee system, which is really beginning to gain popularity again across the country. I've certainly been involved in supporting councils to change to committee systems, and now they're all going to be told they have to have cabinets. So if Labour were really that concerned about democracy, they would leave more power in the hands of local government, and for us to develop our own policies. We can't even set our own council tax, etc. Anyway, the other bit about the elections in this paper, it says that the aim is to facilitate the safe and efficient administration delivery of elections. And I do think that generally they're done very well. But having stood outside in the rain and been unable to use even the toilet in the polling station because of not being allowed to use it, I think we do need to review of how we treat the people who are trying to get democracy to work by sitting outside, encouraging people to come in to vote, and making sure that they've ask what we do telling, and we're not allowed to ask people on their way into the polling station, which everywhere else I've ever done this does. So I would like, perhaps Councillor Allen could take this up, seeing as he's electoral services, that he could look into how tellers are treated at polling stations, because I think this last time that, a few of us felt we weren't treated well, we weren't allowed to sit down, we weren't allowed to be, in a position where we've been before in polling stations. So I would be sure he could look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shanks. Councillor Fishley, would you like to contribute to debate? No. Okay, thank you. Councillor Allen, do you wish to respond to the debate?
Sure, I'll be very brief. I thank Councillor Shanks for her general insights and wishes on general political reform. I note them all. On treatment of tellers, when I was telling for the European elections, the last ones we ever had for now, I was certainly given a chair and was very thankful for it, although it was a very slow day. And I thank Councillor Fishley for not taking up any time and agreeing wholeheartedly with this report. And it's a shame that the Conservatives didn't want to speak at all. They could have addressed Councillor Shanks' point on voter ID, which I agree was a very retrograde step.
Thank you very much, Councillor Allen. We will now put the recommendations to the report to the vote now. Does the council agree? I can confirm that the recommendations have been carried. We'll now move to notice of motion 46A, protect independent scrutiny, save health wash. I will call on Councillor Hill to introduce the notice of motion. Councillor Hill, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I call on all councillors to back the calls from Green Group and the Brighton Hove Independent Group to protect independent scrutiny and save Health Watch England, including our own beloved Brighton Hove Health Watch. The alternative is to have councils and the NHS mark their own homework for health and social care, something which will do great harm to patients and service users. Health Watch Brighton Hove has rightly questioned the viability of ICBs to deliver Health Watch functions, particularly following extensive cuts. And locally, this amounts to 53% for NHS Sussex, which will become NHS Sussex and Surrey Heartlands following a change in their system due to these cuts. So we won't be accepting the Labour amendment to this, but one slight change which is needed to the norm is that Health Watch have helped, in fact, 38,000 people, over 38,000 people in the city since 2013, rather than 35,000 as mentioned in the norm. In addition, they've written and published 350 reports. They've made nearly 1,800 workable recommendations, with about 3/4 of those being actioned or responded to since 2013. And this is just within our city. It's vital that we protect an independent layer of oversight and local public health research. In light of this, I want all councillors to support the national petition asking the government to review its decision. The government is taking inspiration from George Osborne in implementing his dream of a bonfire of the Quangos, but the reality is that independently, publicly funded bodies do have a vital role to play in protecting us, both as patients in health services, but in all areas of life. I'm disappointed in Labour's amendment, which denies the claim made by our Older People's Council that there will be a disproportionate harm to older residents caused by losing Health Watch. It's surely intuitive that older residents in our city will be more likely to need independent support when they encounter system failures with social care and health provision. And so I urge Labour to listen to our Older People's Council. The same applies to autistic people like myself and all residents with a disability. We need independent scrutiny to fix failures in health and social services so that nobody is disadvantaged in accessing these services due to their protected characteristics, including age. Health Watch has gathered data on groups which often health and social care services lack good data on. Since 2013, they've engaged 37,680 local people, including reaching health inclusion groups such as the LGBTQ+ community, people with disabilities, and carers. I've engaged with them myself, where they've gathered information on transgender people's experiences of health services. And I'm worried that we won't see this kind of data gathered by a cash-strapped ICB or our council. A national example of health service failure is that in England, the risk of maternal death was more than 2 times higher among women from black and ethnic minority backgrounds compared with white women. Health Watch England have highlighted these failures in maternity care and provided support to people, particularly relevant following the Ockenden review into maternity services. Health Watch is needed because if you've been systemically failed by a service, then you're not going to find it easy to trust that service, and therefore you're more likely to feel safer reporting the issue with an independent body to support you. The same principle applies in other areas, and that's why we have things like the third-party hate crime reporting services, because groups who experience discrimination by groups like the police don't often feel safe or heard. Please, Labour, reconsider your amendment. It was clear at the Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee how much Health Watch matters to all of you. You have a responsibility to be a critical friend here to Wes Streeting, just as Health Watch has acted as a critical friend to our council. They have made so many helpful supports and systems recommendations, and they've individually given so much to our city, and we should think again about what the NHS 10-year plan should look like, and we should all come with one voice and support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. I call on Councillor Earthy to second the notice of motion.
I reserve the right to speak later, please.
Thank you very much. I note that there is a Labour Group amendment which will now be moved by Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Wilkinson, you have 3 minutes.
Madam Mayor, councillors, I move the Labour Group amendment, one that brings both clarity and constructive direction to this motion. As chair of the Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee, I've seen firsthand the vital role Health Watch Brighton and Hove plays in helping residents, many of them vulnerable, navigate our complex health and care systems. This work deserves recognition. Let me be clear, this amendment doesn't downplay that value. It builds on it. It says advocacy is essential, but so is a system that listens and acts. That's why our amendment looks forward. It recognises the reforms underway, whether we like them or not, and says, let's not just watch change happen, let's shape it. This isn't about downgrading scrutiny. It is a broader effort to integrate health and social care services. That means we need more elected oversight. Our amendment pushes for stronger democratic accountability, more elected representation, not less. It asks for a common sense, joined up approach across the region, because patient voices don't stop at city boundaries, and neither should scrutiny. And for those concerned about councillors marking our own homework, let me reassure you, we are elected, we are accountable. I recently brought the CEO of the Sussex ICB before HOSC over the Wellesbourne GP procurement. That's meaningful scrutiny, demonstrating that we can and will use our local powers to hold decision makers to account. This motion calls for keeping the current system and asking for a public consultation. I get the instinct, but writing letters isn't a plan. It's not a roadmap. It just sounds the alarm without offering a fire exit. Our amendment offers a grown-up response. It acknowledges public concern and sets out real steps to protect and strengthen accountability. So, the colleagues across this chamber, let's take the passion of the original motion and pair it with the political maturity of our amendment. Let's not romanticize one structure and demonize another. Let's focus on making scrutiny stronger, more democratic, and better equipped for the health challenges ahead. Because at the end of the day, the public doesn't care what's said in this chamber. They care about being heard, being helped, and having a health system that works for them. That's what our amendment delivers. I urge you to support it and to keep the focus on what matters most, the people we are elected to serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. I call on Councillor Alexander to second.
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to second this amendment. There is no doubt whatsoever about the valuable role played by Health Watch since its formation in 2013. Unfortunately, there has not been a matching level of commitment to implement the positive changes needed in our healthcare systems by those who had the power to do so. This is why something more needed to be done to facilitate the transformation of feedback into concrete changes on the ground. The decision to abolish Health Watch comes as part of the bold 10-year plan introduced by the Health Secretary. Within its framework is a strong commitment to ensure clear, simplified and transparent feedback pathways for service users, with requirements for them to be listened to, acted upon, and all will be accountable. It also removes duplicate roles and functions which cause confusion, undermines quality of services, and drains hard-earned taxpayers' money. Therefore, the intention is nothing to do with a secret plot to silence residents, but to increase their involvement. It's not about marking our own homework either. It's about making local scrutiny stronger, more democratic, and better equipped for the health challenges ahead. We all have a duty to do what's best for our residents. Therefore, I commend the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Alexander. We'll now move to the general debate. Councillor Shanks.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I don't really understand how we can square centralising and making things more remote from our local health watch with improving consultation, democracy, which are all the things that Labour also says it wants to do. I mean, Health Watch England has been very, well, perhaps sold out or whatever, but they have not defended their existence, while the local networks are really keen to exist. I mean, back in 2021, I think it was actually Councillor Fowler who was on the Health and Wellbeing Board with me, and we felt that we didn't need to tender out the local health watch for recommission because it was such a good local health watch, and in fact it was retendered out again recently and won it again. It's an excellent local body. It's very well supported, as we've heard. And I don't, having also sat on the ICB, which is probably the most bureaucratic and even more boring than some things that have happened fairly recently, to sit on the ICB, I don't understand how you think that you're going to get any democratic, voice on the ICB. You just have to see how it operates. I don't even know if we still have a cabinet member on that, but certainly I sat on it for a bit as an ex officio and found it very difficult to get any sort of voice on there, really. I mean, this amendment, it cuts out some important bits that I've just mentioned, but it also says that we shouldn't consider signing a petition. I mean, you can't tell me not to consider signing a petition. That's just ridiculous. And I think, we all can read and decide for ourselves whether we want to sign a petition. Personally, I think we should all sign a petition and, call on Wes to change his mind on this. I think this is definitely something that's a vibrant local democracy. It's not expensive in terms of what it does in the local, and anybody who has any dealings with the health service knows what a huge bureaucratic system it is. So anything that gives better voice to local people is a good thing in my book. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shanks. I call upon Councillor Hogan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's fair to say that all of us in this room would agree that healthcare should be delivered as safely and effectively as possible. And it's sad to say that sometimes this does not happen. In response to these failings, a review was carried out led by Dr. Penny Dash, formerly chair of the North West London Integrated Care Board, and from the 1st of April this year, chair of NHS England. In her report entitled Review of Patient Safety Across the Health and Care Landscape, published in July, 6 organisations were scrutinised that have, and I quote, been established to assure or contribute to improving the safety of care, or also making reference to the wider landscape of organisations influencing quality of care. These organisations include CQC, Health Watch England and Local Health Watch. The review drew 5 conclusions, with one of them being to streamline, where possible, the functions of user, patient or community engagement. While this seems like an appropriate recommendation, they went one step further to recommend bringing together the work of Local Health Watch and the engagement functions of ICBs and providers to ensure patient and wider community input into planning and design of services, essentially swallowing up Health Watch. And as the Greens have said, this amounts to the ICBs marking their own homework. Health Watch, especially locally, do an excellent job, ensuring, as they say, that all sections of the community are represented in decision-making processes, and ensuring NHS leaders and other decision makers hear your voice. It is absolutely imperative that scrutinising organisations exist and are entirely independent. We in the Conservative Group support this notice of motion without the Labour amendment in asking the Council Leader to write to the Health Secretary, calling for him to change the NHS tenure plan and keep Health Watch England, not transferring scrutiny powers to ICBs who are not independent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hogan. I call upon Councillor Oliveira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I heard Councillor Wilson talking about Health Watch and talking about being the chair of HOSC. Well, Health Watch sits on HOSC and sits on the Health Wellbeing Board. Why? Because their voice are very important. That's why they have a very important seat on those two boards. I don't see the current chair of the Health Wellbeing Board here, but it would be interesting to see their views on it. What Health Watch does, and many people here have used Health Watch. And many people here know the importance of Health Watch. They live the experience of going through something and then you have someone that to listen to you and scrutinize your consent. So you know, we know it. And what Health Watch also does, it allows the local contextual feedback that we know many issues going on in hospitals and treatments to our community, champion local voices. And what is said on this chamber, yes, people do care. People do care. That's why I left that. That's why we're here. And again, my fear is we are defranchising residents. And more and more and more and more, our council has become a detached, faraway, cold machine. There's no people there anymore. What's the community? Councillors, you're being elected for there. It weakens our democracy. This is, and I would like to stress that, a grave concern to public health. We know it. We know it. And we know it because we use that. And the funny thing is, councillors, in the agenda today, in a couple of items, you're going to have a Labour's norm on inequality in life outcome. It's about Health Watch. So you're going to have there just after Health Watch on inequalities. I had to double read it. Inequalities in life outcomes without Health Watch. Really.
Thank you, Councillor Oliveira. Councillor Rudd, you reserved your right to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you to the Green Group for the opportunity to second this motion with its original wording. I find it absolutely incredulous for the third time in as many months I'm standing here in this chamber pleading with the Labour Group to keep a vital public service open. It's getting to be an annoying habit. We've heard about the cost justification of scrapping quangos, but clothing Health Watch will be a case of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I can't add any value to Councillor Hill's eloquent account of Health Watch's value, but only reinforce his points about its heavy usage, loss of independent representation, and downsell the effectiveness of cash-backed ICBs to fill the gap left by its closure. Nor must we forget that Health Watch also covers social care services. Councils have a duty to ensure they are not marking their own homework. Health Watch doesn't just deliver engagement, it provides independent health advice and guidance and speaks up on behalf of people whose voices are not being heard. It acts for individuals and groups of patients using their experiences of medical and social care services to get answers and support improvements. Closing Health Watch risks great harm to vulnerable people, robs them of a supporting voice, and threatens to sweep their concerns under the carpet. Like many people, me and my daughter use Health Watch because we lost faith and trust in frontline NHS services. We went to Health Watch because we've been repeatedly stonewalled and failed by the existing NHS complaint system. Simply put, we have anecdotal evidence to suggest that many lives are at risk due to systemic fault in the NHS's cancer diagnostic algorithm. By the time the error is discovered, the cancer is so far developed that extremely costly remedial surgery and therapy is required. In many cases, including my wife's, that treatment arrives too late. We went to Healthwatch because we wanted a calm, detached and unbiased assessment of our case. We did not want to be forced down the path of litigation to get to the facts. So now we, me and my daughter, have a very personal stake in Healthwatch's survival, as do thousands of others in the same boat. But you want to send us back to the very same complaints system whose failure took us to Healthwatch in the first place. So if Labour doesn't change course, it will effectively disenfranchise vulnerable people for enforcing their entitlement to a fair and unbiased hearing when things go wrong. Labour will also open the floodgates for increased legal claims against the NHS, which win or lose, it can afford to defend. Abolish Healthwatch, and you will enrich the lawyers, especially the no-win, no-fee brigade that plays upon the vulnerable. As a lawyer, Sir Keith Starmer must know this, and as a lawyer, he should know an awful lot better, so shame on him. So Healthwatch acts for the very people that Labour is sworn to protect. Another vulnerable group in society is facing betrayal by a government that knows the cost of everything and the value of nothing. We used to say that of the Conservatives. Finally, members of HOSC have all expressed their concerns about the loss of Healthwatch, and the chairs have been mandated to write to the Secretary of State accordingly. I say to all HOSC members, vote with us. Do not betray your principles and your consciences. In conclusion, members, please follow us and apply pressure to the Secretary of State to abandon his unconscionable plan to close Healthwatch. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Earthy. Councillor Hill, you've indicated that you will not accept the Labour amendment. Would you like to respond to the debate?
Thank you. Yes, I would, Madam Mayor. Councillor Earthy, I would like to thank you very much for your words and for working with the Greens on this motion, which I'm sure has been personally at times difficult to engage with. We really value your contributions. To Councillor Hogan, I think it's notable when people on different ends of the political spectrum speak with the same voice on this issue. So I'm really glad to have the support with of the Conservatives with this notice of motion. I don't like to use the phrase often, but I think it's just common sense to fight to save Healthwatch. To the Labour group, you say that we should just accept and that whether or like it or not, this is going to happen. You act like we can't change this decision and that Healthwatch will go. But look, Healthwatch will continue to exist till at least next May. There's no reason why the government can't U-turn on this, just as they have done on winter fuel payments, just as they have done on PIP reforms, just as they will do on many other things as they keep losing points in the polls. So fight with us on this. Don't resign yourselves to defeat. To the Older People's Council, I've been really disappointed to hear of the way in which Labour have changed the wording, where clearly they reject this view that there's disproportionate harm to older people, saying that it's simply a perceived impact. I think that that is fundamentally missing the nature of this change and who is most harmed by this. And there is a clear, not just perceived impact, there is just a fact to it that older people need Healthwatch more so and will be more harmed by this. And I think it's really lamentable that Labour have not engaged with this. Labour says that councillors are accountable, but most councillors, I think it's fair to say, lack knowledge, at least detailed knowledge, of care services. They're incredibly intricate. We have a £200 million a year adult social care budget. It is just that alone, a huge amount of money in a deeply complex system. And so I doubt councillors can do a fraction of the work that Healthwatch does. And Healthwatch hires people whose professional skills are to help strengthen that patient voice. I do want to thank Councillor Wilkinson for bringing that HOSC meeting on Wellesbourne. I was really glad of that. But to be honest, they didn't answer a single question when I was at that meeting. They evaded every single point because there is going to be a review. And so the reality is that although we make those correct decisions to try to hold them to account, it's rare that it works in HOSC, is the truth of the matter. And whilst I think it needs to be boosted and less afraid of asking difficult questions towards senior NHS people, I don't think we can ever suggest that having no Healthwatch is going to make that better. Indeed, having Geoffrey, having a voice from HealthWatch on HOSC has always been beneficial to this. There is no duplicate organisation of HealthWatch. Please, answers on a postcard, please, if you can explain to me what is going to exist instead. There is none.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. I will now put the Labour Group amendment to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands? All those in favour? All those against? All those abstaining? I can confirm that the amendment has been carried. I will now put the motion as amended to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands? All those in favour? This is the motion as amended. This is the motion as amended. All those in favour? All those against? Abstentions? I can confirm that the motion as amended has been carried. We now move to item 46B, Gaza and Council Financial Exposure. I will now call on Councillor Sykes to introduce the notice of motions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And we recognise that since this notice of motion was submitted, there have been a lot of welcome changes on the ground in Gaza. 20 hostages have been released, and we all hope, of course, that the ceasefire holds and next steps are positive. And additionally, we recognise the sensitivity of this time of year and the memory of the horrific attacks, the horrific terrorist attacks of October the 7th. Madam Mayor, our NOM remains and has not lost its relevance. What has taken place against civilians in Gaza over the past 2 years, and which may still resume, given our knowledge of history, cannot be forgotten, glossed over, or excused. And this is not some distant tragedy. It affects our communities here in Brighton and Hove, and also has the potential to directly affect our council. Our council has control over hundreds of millions in investments and spending through the pension fund, but also elsewhere. A recent legal opinion paper made it very clear that we have duties in law to refrain from investing in and possibly facilitating, in other ways, companies engaged in breaches of international law. These duties are called prevention and non-assistance duties, and they apply to our government and also to this council as a local administering authority. Our notice of motion builds on the request by our council leader in mid-September to the chair of the East Sussex Pension Fund to clarify pension fund holdings. That request did not go far enough because it referenced the limited database of companies focused largely on illegal settlements in the West Bank. Our notice of motion refers to involved companies, and this comprises a wider list detailed in the reference paper. And I'll also ask Council to consider investments other than in the pension fund. We need to understand comprehensively our potential exposure to involved companies. This hasn't been done before by this Council or by our pension fund. And this should include a review of Treasury management, our 300 million supply chain, and our land holdings. Madam Mayor, we have to do this because what's happened in Gaza is genocide. Or to put it, as stated in the legal opinion, a violation of peremptory norms of international law.
Can we have quiet in the gallery, please?
We are not complicit in any way. Genocide is a deeply emotive term, is also tightly defined. The hundreds of pages of analysis produced in the past 2 to 3 months about events in Gaza and about Israeli government ministers' statements of intent over the past 2 years are not subjective when they conclude genocide. They are painstaking compilations and assessment of detailed evidence. These reports were produced by organisations.
To members of the public interrupting the meeting, Please, could I request you do not call out or interrupt the meeting? Councillor Lyons, please can you refrain from calling out while Councillor Seitz is speaking, please?
Madam Mayor, that should not be tolerated in the chamber.
No hate well said. No hate speech in the Brighton chamber.
Right, we will, as we seem to be unable to continue on this meeting in a vein where debate is allowed to happen and be spoken about in a democratic fashion, we will be adjourning the meeting.
5 minutes.
For 5 minutes. Right, hi everybody. We're going to recommence the meeting and we're going to call on Councillor Sykes to continue with his notice of motion. But before we go any further, I want to very strongly stress that if there is any calling out from the gallery whatsoever or any calling out from the floor, we will be adjourning the meeting again immediately. Thank you. Councillor Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I haven't got much left to say. I just was saying that the reports I referred to were produced by organisations including the IAGS, the UN Office for the High Commissioner of Human Rights, the Israeli Information Centre for Human Rights, B'Tselem, and Physicians for Human Rights, Israel. So those are the organisations I've drawn information from. They've all done detailed reports on this. I was going to quote further, but I'm just going to quote the one paragraph from the Office for the High Commissioner for Human Rights, which is as follows. The Commission has been investigating the events on and since October 7th, 2023 for the last 2 years and concluded that Israeli authorities and Israeli security forces committed 4 of the 5 acts defined in the 1948 Convention, namely killing, causing serious bodily or mental harm, deliberately inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about the destruction of Palestinians in whole or in part, and imposing measures intended to prevent birth. So it's on this that we base our conclusion that genocide is taking place. This is not easy to hear, it's not easy to say, but we have to speak out and we have to act as a council. By mid-September 2025, 19 local councils in England and Wales had responded to this recent legal opinion with new divestment initiatives, and that number has since increased significantly. And research indicates that our council has 170 million in potentially implicit investment just through the pension fund. So we've requested a report and we've requested contact with the Secretary of State. We think this is the right thing to do from a moral standpoint and to protect this council's reputation and standing. There is a Labour amendment. There are helpful changes to the background, and there are changes also to the ask in terms of the committee that goes through, so sort of cabinet rather than audit and standards. And the amendment also talks about not writing to the Secretary of State, but rather notifying other local authorities. We would prefer that we wrote to the Secretary of State, but we think the Labour amendment is, on the whole, helpful, and we would like to accept the Labour amendment. So that concludes my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. I call on Councillor Goldsmith to second the notice of motion.
I would like to formally second and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. We will now move to the general debate. Councillor Lyons.
Oh, sorry.
Apologies. I note that there is a Labour group amendment which will now be moved by Councillor Taylor.
Colleagues, as councillors, we have several different roles and duties. We are ward councillors working hard for our residents. We all care about different areas of council-wide policy, whether it's housing, transport or social care. And most of us are also party politicians. We have strong views about what needs to change in the country and indeed the world. But we also have a separate, distinct duty, and that's as civic leaders. All 54 of us have that role, and in doing it, we must take care to understand the impact of our words and actions on all of the communities in this diverse and vibrant city. We watched in horror as the news broke of the horrific attack at a synagogue in Manchester, where 2 people were tragically killed. A few days later, we woke up to the shocking images of an attack on a mosque in Peacehaven. Since then, councillors from the administration have visited local synagogues and the mosque in Peacehaven to show solidarity to our local communities. Last week, I was honoured to attend the Sukkot celebration at BNJC, which began with an interfaith dialogue between representatives of the many religious groups in this city. It was powerful, inspiring, but also depressing, because we must acknowledge that our public discourse and our cohesion as a country are not in a good place. Within this context, we have a duty as civic leaders to navigate questions of international conflict with principle and passion, yes, but also care and consideration. We will be amending this notice of motion with some clarifying language, which largely echoes the approach that we have already taken. I want to be clear about what that approach is. We have all been appalled to watch the situation unfold in Israel and Palestine since the disgusting attacks by Hamas on October 7th. The actions of the current Israeli government in Gaza have also been shocking and possibly illegal. Additionally, it is widely acknowledged, including by resolutions to the UN Security Council, that settlements in the occupied territories are illegal under international law. In that context, it is important that as a public institution, we understand whether we have financial exposure to companies implicated in these actions. The list of companies that we're referencing was compiled by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, not us. We have written to the pension fund to ask them to clarify their holdings, and we'll ask other local authorities to do the same. Madam Mayor, we welcome the recent agreement of a ceasefire and the release of hostages, even though it has come too late for the tens of thousands of people killed in this conflict. As an administration, we will continue taking actions to reflect our values, and we will also continue to support all of our communities, striving to bring dialogue.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I move to Councillor McGregor to second.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The escalation of violence in Gaza, particularly following the attacks on October 7th, 2023, has deeply impacted millions of people around the world. The images, videos and stories that we've seen and heard from Gaza have been heartbreaking, to say the least. We've had a front row seat to the atrocities that can happen when someone completely dehumanises another. I've spoken to countless people horrified and hopeless by what we've seen over the last few years. Where there's little that we can do as local councils to end conflicts like this, we do have a moral responsibility to our residents to support them and ensure that they feel safe in this city. Less than 2 weeks ago, 2 people lost their lives in an anti-Semitic terror attack in a Manchester synagogue. Just days later, on our own front doorstep, the Peace Haven Mosque was set on fire in an Islamophobic attack against Muslims in our community. As councillors, we need to do whatever we can to heal those divisions and give people hope that a positive future is possible. This notice of motion raises the question of whether public bodies have a responsibility to ensure their activities do not in any way contribute to violations of international law. It rightly recognises that our Labour administration is already leading the way, having written to the pension fund on this matter last month. But we should also be precise about what is and is not within the council's remit and how we ensure that our actions in this council can never be considered to be supportive of such atrocities. We're a significant employer and stakeholder of the East Sussex Pension Fund, but we do not run that fund. What we can do and what we should do is get the facts, publish them and enact on clear, lawful advice. We're asking officers to write a report on this with the information we need to make any decision. Residents expect transparency, and our administration now needs evidence to make sound decisions, and this report will bring us that. Our amendment is about Brighton and Hove being an example for other councils, one that can work with our partners to directly meet that feeling of helplessness our residents are facing. It's also simple and practical, keeping the transparency, keeping the engagement with the authority, and committing the Cabinet to consider the report promptly and to agree any further steps at that point. That is how we match our values with our responsibilities. The recent ceasefire and the release of the hostages today is a genuine moment of hope after 2 years of tragedy. But the division that has arisen over the last 2 years is still present on our streets today. It is now our job to mend those divisions by coming together to take a positive step forward and lead as an example for other councils. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to the general debate. I call upon Councillor Lyons.
Madam Mayor, today has been a good day within the Middle East. The living hostages have been returned after 738 days. And I will quote President Trump's words this morning: "Today is a great, beautiful day." So what happens within the Middle East does have a ripple effect here. We've heard from residents this evening within our city who feel under attack And outside the Hove Town Hall, we've had to witness rhetoric by a councillor whipping up the baited crowd wearing his keffiyeh. The Greens' deputation is a form of introducing hate speech into council proceedings and the legitimisation of a form of anti-Semitism. I should explain. The motion that the current war in Gaza represents a genocide is a fake claim made only by the hard left. There are almost no voices that repeat this appalling language elsewhere within British political and social life. It is threatening to community cohesion to introduce this language to the chamber. Stating that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza has been documented on many occasions to be untrue. David Lammy, who's no friend of Israel, the Deputy Prime Minister, outlines the UK's position on the 1st of September. The crime of genocide occurs only where there is specific intent to destroy in whole or part a nation, ethnic, racial or religious. The UK government has not concluded that Israel is acting with that intent. Israel's operations are aimed at Hamas and its self-defense after the October the 7th attacks. Israel is the only functioning democracy in the Middle East. Looking at the sources quoted, the IAGS is nothing more than a sham front of Jew haters. Anyone can join for $30. Its illustrious members include Emperor Palpatine, Adolf Hitler and Mo Cookie. The UN Commission cited has been resoundingly debunked. The mythology was flawed using unverifiable and anonymous sources. As for the performative content of the motion itself, concerning the local government pension scheme, this is nothing more than posturing drivel to give the anti-democratic racist hate mob who are outside something to cheer about. It is of no more merit than the false and contrived arguments of community cohesion to try and tear down the L3 Harris minor extension building in Brighton. Pension fund trustees and managers have fiduciary duties to maximise the return on investments consistently and with prudence. The framing of this motion goes against everything this council purports to stand for under community cohesion. The council should take no part in endorsing this language, which goes far beyond that of the Labour government. The actual substance of the motion is nothing more than performative. If this council is truly interested in the welfare of our residents, we should stop wasting time, reject this motion, and let's just get on with the business.
Councillor Lyons, thank you. You've had your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Well,
Councillor Goldsmith, you reserve your right to speak. You wish to speak now. We do have another Conservative speaker. Councillor Meadows.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I see we're not alternating. I have to say I have never heard such deliberate and divisive language in this chamber before, and I've been here almost 30 years. This council obviously do not agree that we are a city of sanctuary when they use such blatantly abusive language of another faith that can be used in this chamber. On the day hostages have been released, and when you see the joy in their faces with sadness in their eyes at what they've been put through, we here in this chamber have to listen to the loud minority sporting hate who simply ignore the silent majority who do not agree with the Greens' view of Gaza. I feel quite ashamed, Madam Mayor. We had a deputation earlier in the chamber where the Jewish community expressed how unsafe they feel in our city. That is the sort of language and behaviour that frightens them. They have every reason to feel afraid when it is expressed here in the chamber today. I feel that many talk about being a city of sanctuary, but it appears only if you are not Jewish. Apparently everyone has forgotten about the atrocities that Israel suffered with children and babies decapitated and only talk about Gaza.
Madam Mayor, this is a very sad day here in this chamber, and I have to say, when I was mayor, I would never have allowed such hateful speech to be spoken in this chamber, and I had 78 councillors to control. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meadows. Councillor Goldsmith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to very quickly address a couple of things that Councillor Lyons said about the only hard-left organisations who are saying this is a genocide, such as the United Nations, Amnesty International, the European Centre for Constitutional and Human Rights, Oxfam, International Association of Genocide Scholars, Genocide Watch, Human Rights Watch, the Lemkin Institute for Genocide Prevention. I'm assuming those are all super left-wing. And also the fact that apparently David Israel when he's a parliamentary supporter of Labour Friends for Israel. But so many of us have seen the terrible images coming out of Gaza over the past 2 years and watched in horror as the Israeli government has killed tens of thousands of Palestinians, including over 20,000 children, while our Tory and Labour governments have done nothing. In fact, they've done worse than nothing. Our country has continued to aid Israel in its genocide, exporting more than double the amount of arms so far this year as it has in any of the past 3 years. Our complicity in these horrific acts is a stain on our country, and when the Palestinian people finally get the justice they deserve, I truly hope our leaders are also held to account for the part they played in this genocide. While we are limited in what we can do as local leaders, I feel we have an absolute duty to speak out, and indeed I know so many of us have had residents getting in touch with us and asking us to do so, and that's why we brought this here today. Even as a ceasefire is declared, the damage done by Israel's assault will take generations to recover from. With only 67,000 Palestinians killed and over 92% of residential buildings demolished, the scale of destruction is almost impossible to comprehend. This is on top of the decades of violent oppression that Palestinian people have had to face and the Israeli government's continued use of illegal settlements to annex Palestinian land and evict people from their homes by force. It's because of this that calls for boycotts and divestments are nothing new. They are important tools we have as individuals and organisations to stand up for what we know is right, and which public bodies were shamefully banned from using under the previous Conservative government. In addition to the actions outlined in this motion, I urge the Labour administration to call on their government to reverse these laws. At the moment, it seems there is almost no doubt that council funds are tied up investments that are aiding genocide and supporting the illegal and immoral acts of the Israeli government. We as a council don't just have a legal duty here, we have a moral obligation to stand up for what is right. Stop the genocide, prosecute those responsible, free Palestine.
Councillor Sykes, do you wish to respond to the debate and indicate whether the amendment is accepted?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will respond briefly, and I previously said that we will accept the Labour amendment, for which I'm grateful. Thank you very much for comments. I absolutely take on board comments from Councillor Taylor and McGregor about our responsibilities as civic leaders, including for sort of healing divisions in our communities. Absolutely, and we also have responsibility to represent residents who write to us with concerns about certain matters and presenting proposals about matters such as divestment from companies I've represented as involved companies in the context of this notice of motion. I think my colleague Chloe has responded perfectly well to Councillor Lyons saying that this idea of Israel and genocide is a hard left thing. There's a long list of organisations that absolutely do not fall in that description who have come to that conclusion, as I've said in my initial speech. And Councillor Meadows, to say that I or colleagues have used language against another faith, I think is a deeply hurtful thing to say. It's not at all what I said or meant, and I think it might possibly be a libelous comment. I mean, I think it's an outrageous thing to say, quite frankly. So I thank everyone for their contributions and grateful again for the Labour amendment. And I'll wind it up there. Thank you.
The notice of motion has been moved as amended and I shall put it to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands, all those in favour?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, could I ask for a recorded vote?
Put the motion for recorded vote.
With the amendment being accepted by the Green Group, that is.
I put the motion for a recorded vote to the vote. All those in favour?
Yeah.
All those against? Any abstentions?
More than 11 in favour.
Okay, so we will be having a recorded vote as there's more than the required number in favour. I move over to Democratic Services.
Alexander. Allen. Elizabeth. Atkinson. Begin. Begoff. Cattell. Cholak. Daniel. Davis. De Oliveira. Duffy. Evans. Fishley. Fowler. Galvin. Gage. Goddard. Goldsmith. Gilmont. Helliwell. Hewitt. Hill. Hogan. Lademacher. Loughran. Lyons. Mackey. McGregor. McLeod. McNair. Meadows. Miller. Newton. Nan. O'Quinn. Harrop. Pickett. Robbins. Robinson. Brokins. Sankey. Shanks. Sherd. Simon. Sykes. Taylor. Theobald. Thompson. West. Wilkinson. Williams. Winder. Grimshaw.
4.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can confirm 36 for, 5 against, and no abstentions.
Speech in the chamber, benches on the street. Speech in the chamber, benches on the street.
Please, can we have silence in the gallery, please? Thank you. Please, can we have silence in the gallery, please? We're going to call a short adjournment, thank you. Chris, are we all right? It's good to go on the webcast. Thank you very much. So we move to item 46C, enforcing covenant on land in West Saltdean. I will call on Councillor Earthy to introduce the notice of motion.
Right, thank you, Madam Chair. I think we're kind of all in agreement, so I won't go through any of the details. I've got some history of the area, but I think at this time of night, I think we're all familiar with it. So that's our nom. And you're welcome to it.
I didn't get a chance to give you my 10-second warning. Councillor Fishley, I call on you to second the notice of motion.
Yes, thank you firstly for approving our West Saltdean neighbourhood plan. On to the next step now. It took us 3.5 years to get there. Thank you for supporting our NOM. It's very, very late. I just need to give a quick shout out to all the people in Saltdean who've been waiting for this and to say to you that we think that most people are going to be voting for it. So now we're on to the next stage and officers will be really having a deep dive into this whole covenant issue. Thanks, everyone.
Call Councillor Rokins first. So now we move to the general debate. I call Councillor Rokins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be similarly brief. Thank you very much to the independent councillors for the motion and for the additional background information earlier. And just to confirm that we are withdrawing our amendment and will be supporting the motion unamended. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rokins. I call upon Councillor Pickett.
I don't really know what to say now because, so I'm just going to say, further to what's already been said, Spirit of the Covenant is a legally binding promise. Let's just do it. Thanks.
I call upon Councillor Winder. Councillor Winder. No. Okay, thank you. I call upon Councillor Hill.
I withdraw my speech.
Councillor Earthy, do you wish to respond to the debate?
Thank you all very much.
I will now put the motion to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands, all those in favour? All those against? Those wishing to abstain? I can confirm that the motion has been carried. We now move to item 46D, inequality and life outcomes in Brighton and Hove. I will now call on Councillor Taylor to introduce the notice of motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In many ways, the deep economic inequalities in our country have been accepted as part of the status quo, as though it's a natural feature of a modern and dynamic society. However, it hasn't always been this way. As Professor Danny Dorling has set out in his extensive work on the subject, Britain in the mid-1970s was one of the most economically equal countries in Europe. In just 20 years, following the economic revolution of the Thatcher government, we have become one of the most unequal of the advanced economies. Since then, overall income and wealth inequality has stayed relatively flat. Whilst there is some acknowledgement of the regional disparities we see across the UK, including the last government's attempt to level up, what's less well understood are the stark geographic inequalities that can exist within a local area. The Geographic Data Service have produced a helpful set of maps based on indices of multiple deprivation, which measure relative deprivation to very specific geographic areas. On these maps, areas in less deprived decile are indicated in bright blue, while those in more deprived are shown in bright red. Those in the middle are shown in pale yellow. These maps paint a vivid picture of the economic divisions seen in much of England, and particularly in the south. Cities like Brighton and Hove, but also Oxford and Bristol, are a patchwork of heavily concentrated dark red deprivation a short distance from large areas of bright blue affluence. Inequality in the UK is not just a story of poverty in the north and affluence in the south. It is also about towns and cities that are deeply divided along economic lines. The impact of this division has become increasingly damaging to our communities and to society. Small cities like ours, where health outcomes and life expectancies are drastically different depending on the area of town you live in, where the gap in educational attainment is huge between deprived and affluent areas, and where poorer communities often feel disconnected with more affluent areas just a few miles away. Madam Mayor, it's clear that these divisions are not sustainable and must be tackled if we want a more cohesive and harmonious society. However, as the Prime Minister said in his speech to Labour Party conference, the country isn't irretrievably broken, and Labour must offer hope and genuine solutions to get us out of this mess. Since May 2023, we have focused on local actions to break down inequalities in the city. We established a Brighton and Hove Fairness Fund using money from an underspend to directly support residents struggling to afford the basics. We introduced a groundbreaking education policy that gave priority in school admissions to those pupils eligible for free school meals. We tackled a long-running unfairness in transport, which now means that pupils in some of our most deprived communities no longer have to pay for the school bus. And we made a change in policy so that families whose children are educated outside of school, often because of severe special educational needs and disabilities, can receive vouchers equivalent to the free school meals they would normally be entitled to. But we must go further, and we must remain focused on making our city fairer. That's why we're proposing a formal review of inequality in the city. We do so with an honest acknowledgement. The council does not have all of the answers and cannot craft potential solutions on our own. We need the input of residents with lived experience, of experts in the city, and of voices from outside the city that might bring new insight. Madam Mayor, if we want a more cohesive society, if we want a more united society, we need a more equal society. It's our job to pursue that relentlessly, and that's what we intend to do with this review. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I call on Councillor Goulamont to second the notice of motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to second this notice of motion and echo very much what Councillor Taylor has said. So as a teacher of law, I spend most of my days helping young people understand how evidence works, the basis for a fair justice system, the importance of sound reasoning to shape good decision making. It's the same principles that should be guided as us as councillors, particularly while tackling something as deep-rooted as inequality. Brighton Hove is a brilliant, creative city, but it's also one that's marked by sharp divides. The Sutton Trust data shows that parts of our city, both on the east and the west, have some of the lowest social mobility in the country. For too many young people, where you grow up, it still shapes your life chances. Education, in my view, is the starting point for change. Since this Labour administration came into office in 2023, we've delivered school counselling for year 9s, free school meals for home-educated children, and now, as Councillor Taylor said, a new bus route for Whitehawk families. All these make notable and tangible differences, breaking down barriers that limit outcome. But as any teacher will tell you, and there's a number in this chamber from all parties, progress only comes when you stop and ask. What more can we do? What further evidence do we need on our current systems? What interventions are working well? And what could be improved? That's why the motion really matters. A formal review, a board, so to speak, grounded in lived experience and focused on collecting further evidence. This will give us a clear picture of how inequality plays out across education, but also health, housing and work. And crucially, it will let us draw on the breadth of experience that already exists in our city. We're incredibly fortunate in our city, a city of sanctuary, that we may be willing to give, that we have people that may be willing to give up their time, be it community leaders, local charities, university academics, or those with just real life experience of poverty. This is a chance to start shaping the solutions. This is our chance to bring them in. This motion is about unlocking potential of our residents. It's about finding the best ideas for change and invariably creating a fairer, more equitable city.
Thank you, Councillor Beaumont. I note there is a Green Group amendment which will now be moved by Councillor McKay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not in any way against the sentiment of this motion. We need to all do what we can to push for greater equality and address the sharp rise of poverty for children and all factions of our society. The two-child benefit cap has been kicked around by the Labour government for over a year now. Great to see that an attack of consciousness there has been a move to do something about it. And I appreciate it needs careful planning, but the delay means approximately 100 more children a day nationally are pushed into poverty through the two-child benefit cap. It has been suggested that if child poverty really was a priority for this Labour government, they would have scrapped it from day one. One question is, what does this formal review add when we already have insight through the recent Sutton Trust report, as well as data gathered through our housing department, for example, on the volume of households presenting homeless? Could the resource required for this review be better placed? Perhaps reviewing the social value generated following previous funding injections into East Brighton through the New Deal for Communities funding in 2001. While looking online to better understand the local response to the recent announcements for 20 million into Whitehawk through the Pride and Place programme, it was interesting to read amongst the many positive responses, some concern that funding was previously not well allocated. And I think it raises the significant point. How do we make sure that this funding is more than just a sticking plaster? That we should avoid top-down approach and instead go down the community development route, get people interested so they can build projects up themselves, allowing projects to become sustainable. So when the funding stops, there is something in place that has a lasting impact. And yes, of course, this city will benefit from the additional funding. But further action for East Brighton is hindered by the lack of central government funding, and that impact cannot be ignored. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKay. Councillor Davies, you seconding.
We'll speak now. Mayor Grimshaw, thank you. And also, thank you for your considerate chairing of this evening's meeting. It meant lots to members in the chamber. I don't know about you, but I know what it's like to be skint, getting to the checkout of the supermarket and having to put stuff back, or asking friends and family for a few quid to stick on the gas or the lecky, sofa surfing at mate's house, or feeling that Christmas anxiety when you want to treat your kids to good presents. Life at the moment out there is bloody hard, and it's getting worse by the day. And with the absolute greatest respect to this motion in its original form, I ain't going to touch the science. And as ever, it always seems that we're talking about the symptoms and never the cure. Out of 195 recognised countries by the UN on this planet, we are the sixth richest by wealth and by assets. So let that actually sink in while you think that the Trussell Trust have just announced that food bank parcel on average is given out every 11 seconds. So there'll be 16 given out in this 3-minute speech. Now look me in the eye and tell me poverty isn't a political choice made by governments. Nearly 3 million food parcels given out in the last 12 months, yet somehow we're going to find £2 billion to fund a digital ID card scheme that wasn't in any manifesto. A 51% rise in food parcels given out in the last 5 years. But the campaign for nuclear disarmament estimate the replacement programme for Trident cost over 200 billion. The magic money tree is always there when shareholder profits come calling. And it's in your power as members of the ruling political party to end this shameful practice of poverty. And if you need some ideas, you know what we're about. Nationalise gas, water, electricity, transport. Put a wealth tax on the assets of the super rich and prove to the vulnerable and poverty-stricken people in this country and this city that Labour are not on the laps of corporation who are set on asset stripping our country. Oh yeah, and I'm contractually obliged to ask to abolish landlords. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Davies. I call upon Councillor Meadows.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I didn't hear what you said. This is yet another Labour notice motion that praises themselves and their government. If we look at childcare from this government, it's gone up to 30 hours free childcare for those with children between 3 and 4 years old. That bit's good. Yet nurseries are being forced to close as the government is apparently not funding those enough. They give nurseries £5.50 per hour, yet it costs the nursery £12.50 per hour as the government has raised national insurance contributions and staff costs, etc. What use is 30 hours free childcare with no nursery places available? And now this Labour government has said they'll give 20 million to Whitehawk, a once-in-a-generation money. But as someone who lived through the era and was a councillor of New Deal for Communities money, of 50 million for Whitehawk and Moulscombe, I would dispute that. The majority of that money was spent supposedly in Whitehawk, with many Moulscombe residents complaining. The money was decided on by residents, but most of that money was wasted. I did not like how some of it was being spent. I felt that residents were not told everything, and I was told by the Labour leader then to step back as I saw money being used in a rather opaque way. Can you tell me where it went? My family lived there in different parts of Whitehawk, so what has changed? To be honest, I can't tell you that, as since 1997, and residents will tell you, nothing has changed. And here we are again, another 20 million to be resident-led. But my question really is, why only Whitehawk? As there are other areas that would like a boost of income. Hollandine could find it useful. Or what about Moulscombe again, or Hangleton? There are many other areas that have had nothing, and they still meet the indices of deprivation. Labour talk about equality and how to attain it, Madam Mayor, but Labour achieve equality by making everyone poorer. We will be abstaining on this item, as it is only for Labour councillors to crow about, even though it is their MP who apparently got this funding. Thank you.
Councillor Meadows, thank you. Councillor Oliveira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a debate that's really close to my heart. Poverty and equality. That's something I experienced. I remember going to a birthday party, hearing my mum say, make sure you eat there because nothing at home to eat. So poverty is a cutting-edge political design. Okay, we are here to make sure that kids, adults don't have to experience the psychological trauma of poverty. Okay, that child that goes to school and have their shoes with a hole or a hole in the top, and are embarrassed to say, I actually don't have money. So I do support that. But one thing, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Gilmore, I wish is that your Chancellor and your Prime Minister heard what you are saying here. Because not just Whitehawk, it's not just Hollanding, it's not just Moulscombe. It's our country. As mentioned, we live in the sixth wealthiest country in the world. If you cannot solve a problem of children going hungry, who can?
Thank you, Councillor Oliveira. Councillor Taylor, do you wish to respond to the debate?
Just briefly, Madam Mayor, I want to thank all councillors for their contributions. I want to thank Councillors Oliveira, Councillor Davis and Councillor Meadows for some of their insight and their background and their lived experience, which is important in this debate.
Councillor Taylor, sorry, I failed to ask you whether you were accepting the amendment.
No. A couple of points I wanted to pick up. Councillor McClay asked, well, what does this review add? Well, I think this review is potentially really important. I think this review should be based around suggestions and proposals. As I said before, the City Council on their own, individual schools on their own, and other agencies on their own cannot solve the problems of the disparities we see in the city. I actually agree with Councillor Davis that we shouldn't just be treating the symptoms, we should be treating the underlying disease, which is why I raised my fundamental belief that we need to become a more equal society. In of itself, we need to reduce inequality and reduce poverty. In terms of poverty, it is worth noting, and we understand that, of course, the Greens are going to keep pushing us as a Labour Party nationally, and that's absolutely fine. We understand that they need to do that, and that's part of democracy. I would gently say that under the last Labour government, every measure of poverty, child poverty, overall poverty, relative poverty, and absolute poverty fell almost every single year that we were in office. I think there was 1 year where it didn't. So almost every year, poverty fell under the Labour government. Under the last Tory government, we ended up with 600,000 more children in abject poverty. So it's a difficult inheritance, but I totally agree, and that's what we're pushing for, that more focus, both nationally and locally, on how we break down that structural inequality, reduce poverty, and increase both the standards and outcomes, but life chances of our residents. I think this review is an important chance not to be led by us as councillors as to what further solutions and ideas might be, but to hear from others in the city, those with lived experience, those with expertise, and those from other parts of the country. And I think all of us as councillors will want to listen carefully to the input to that review and consider how we take it forward. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I will now put the Green Group amendment to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands? All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? I can confirm that the amendment has been lost. I will now put the original notice of motion to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands? All those in favour of the original motion? All those against? Those wishing to abstain? I can confirm that this has been carried. Thank you. We now move to 46E, the King Alfred Leisure Centre. I call upon Councillor McNair to introduce the notice of motion. Councillor McNair, you have 5 minutes.
Nearly 20 years ago, a Labour-controlled planning committee approved the I-360. Yes, there were... It wasn't...
Yeah, we don't want any interruptions, please, from the floor. Thank you.
Yes, there were Conservative councillors who approved it too. Councillor Simon Burgess, the Labour leader of the council, was reported in the Argus as saying it is going to transform the city. 20 years later, it's costing the city a fortune. Let's not make the same mistakes by rushing through the decision on the King Alfred Leisure Centre. Some residents will argue we could renovate the current King Alfred. It has certainly been allowed to deteriorate over many years and is frankly an eyesore. I understand the desire to have a brand new building, but the bill is going up as fast as HS2. £47 million last year, £65 million this year. What will it be by the time it actually gets built? Inflation has risen from 2.6% in November 2024 to 3.8% in August. Food inflation is actually 5.1% and services 4.7%. What are we getting for £65 million? Yes, there'll be sea views, which we can get for free anyway. A smaller oval facility, a 25-metre pool, hardly world class then, with no ballroom. There might be a better gym, but we're not short of gyms. And if we don't have the parking spaces, we won't have the visitors. But residents' concerns are dismissed. And remember how many residents actually took part in the consultation. 3,500, under 1% of the population. We're told the residential building and the leisure centre should be treated separately. Why? Look up Ashchurch Parish Council in Tewkesbury, 2023. The case has implications for how councils conduct environmental impact assessments, especially concerning whether to look at a single planning application in isolation or as part of a broader development project. Residents are expected to accept the financial costings despite there being no plans for the residential development next door. If taxpayers are partners in this development, which they are, shouldn't they be made aware of the financial impact of the residential development from the beginning? If it doesn't work out, residents' bills will only go up. Other housing developments like Moda are hardly full, very expensive, and merely attract transient visitors from other parts of the country, students, rather than house people living in Brighton. Is there data on visitor numbers to the King Alfred? I hope I'm right in saying the centre has 17,000 swim visits per month, which extrapolates to more than 200,000 annual swim visits, a high annual user count. How likely are these numbers to go up? And what are the chances that 40% of the housing stock will be affordable? I would say 0. Moda is 10%. Cabinet projections indicate roughly £1.4 million per year net operator income versus £2.2 million yearly repayments, leading to a deficit of £0.8 million per year. With interest rates going up by 1%, repayments rise to around £2.6 million per year, leading to around almost £1.2 million per year deficit. There is no realistic payback from operations, and the gap will grow if rates increase or revenues underperform. Neither is impossible. There doesn't seem to be any clear contingency for construction inflation, climate adaptation, or operator underperformance, except £9.8 million. It sounds a lot, but is it? I am sceptical that King Alfred will look like the current drawings. We're told the proposals include the use of innovative but well-tested technologies such as structural timber of the frame of the building. The Royal Mail has already ditched its exterior design for their new sorting office in Patcham. I understand the desire to push these plans through. It makes the Labour administration look good. But councillors come and go. Administrations come and go. Resident concerns should not be dismissed because it will be residents paying the tab when the project doesn't live up to the hype. All of us in this chamber should understand that.
Thank you, Councillor McNair. I call on Councillor Meadows to second the notice of motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I formally second and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Meadows. We will now move to the general debate. Councillor Sykes.
It's gone green, Madam Mayor. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I share some of the concerns of the notice of motion, the large cost increases, the consultation quality and extent, and concerns about the financial returns. I'm less worried about visitor numbers, and I don't think the I360 comparison stacks up, mainly because we know why people come to gyms, and that's very well documented. It's very well established which services they use, what they're prepared to pay for. The I360 was a completely new experience. So it was I don't think that comparison works. I think contingency is built in, although that could be higher. I disagree with the campaigners on a couple of major points, not mentioned here, well, mentioned in passing here. One's about carbon and climate. Looking at the outline design, I think it's highly likely that operational carbon savings will outweigh the demolition and rebuild embodied carbon. You need to think about the whole life carbon figure. I personally think that the original officer recommendation to go for the Benfield Valley site, which had an economic figure which was much more advantageous than the current site, was, I think, to go against that recommendation was a mistake. And I recently asked in scrutiny about floor area figures because it wasn't clear from the recent scrutiny we had on this. And looking at the details of the plans, it does seem like the floor area has gone down to sort of below 4,000 square metres, and that's very important with a leisure centre. And that's half what the Benfield Valley site would have been, and it's costing more money. So we've got a sort of a curly-whirly effect here. The product is getting smaller and it's costing us more money. But this is a generational decision, Madam Mayor. It's taken us 20 years to get to this point. Councillor McNair referenced HS2. What happened with HS2 was stop, start, stop, start. Every time you do that, it costs you more money. Do we really want to stop this and spend more money on redoing the whole exercise, getting new architects, looking for a new site? I don't think we do. I think at some point we probably need to commit. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. So on that basis, I'm opposing this non. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. I call upon Councillor Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's been a long old night and I'm an old man. And I get grumpy. And I've been coming here for 15 years, 6, 7 full councils a year. I've probably done 100 full councils, never missed one. Let's say we've got 5 notices of motion per time I've been here. That's 500 notices of motion I've been through. And I can honestly say I think this is the worst notice of motion that I've come across in my entire life. And lazy.
Have good behaviour in the chamber, please. Thank you.
And lazy. It's just trawled the internet for 8 points of moaning and put them down in paper. But let's have a look at them. Phase 3 consultation process 2024, only around 360 responses, 3,600 responses. That's one of the highest responses that we've ever had. We're delighted if we get 500 normally. The proposed facility is smaller than the existing one. 25-metre pool, e.g. The pool's 25 metres long, but it's 8 lanes wide. It's 2 lanes wider than the current pool. The training pool is bigger and the splash pool is bigger. And then we go on about we need to look at the development and the other one together. We've done that. 3 times we've done that. It don't work. Everybody will tell you the definition of insanity is to keep doing the same thing and hope that you get a different result once every so often. The King Alfred is already popular. Are you saying that if we build a new one, that people will keep away from it? It's just bonkers. And then I had a bit of hope for this one. It says the potential for another I-360. And I thought, well, that must mean the Conservatives are going to vote for it. No, I got it wrong. What the Conservatives are saying is that they're benchmarking as a bad project, something that they voted through. It's unbelievable. They're saying as a benchmark of everything that's bad about this, we voted it through. So we won't be pausing it. We'll carry on. And thanks, Councillor Sykes, for agreeing with that. And so the 2 points there are irrelevant anyway. So we'll carry on as we are. And I'm going to hand over to my colleague and friend, Councillor Adeduzman, who is going to give us a real positive reason
Councillor Robbins.
For building. Thanks very much.
Councillor Robbins, I'm the man now.
Huh?
Councillor Adeduzman.
What did you say? Sorry? Hang on, let me put the hearing aids in.
There you go, mate.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The King Alfred development is more than a building project. It is a test of our values as a city. It is about whether we can deliver the facilities that fair, green, inclusive, and accountable to the peoples of Brighton and Hove. First, this must be project-rooted social value and equality. Every resident, regardless of income, age, or ability, must feel this is their leisure center. Accessibility, affordability, and inclusion are non-negotiable. We should embed community benefit clauses so that local people gain from local investment through job, apprenticeship, and social procurement. And we must safeguard existing clubs and users through transition, not leave them behind. Second, this project must be climate responsible. We cannot build a 20th century leisure center in the 21st century. The new King Alfred must lead example, net zero in operation, resilient on sea level rise, and built using sustainable materials that respect our coastal environment. This is how we turn climate ambition into practical action. Third, the facial fairness and transparency. Residents deserve to know where every pound goes, how the project will be funded, how risks are managed, and that would not become to the cost of essential service like housing, school, and social care. Accountability must be built into every stage. Fourth, we must restore public trust. For too long, residents have felt decisions were made behind the closed door. Let's open door. Let's show the evidence, the option and the trade-off. And listen, real consultation token engagement will make this project stronger. And behind there are technical details. Let's not lose sight of the bigger purpose, improving lives. This center should be a hub for community well-being, tackling isolation, supporting youth, promoting physical, mental health, and helping people live, active, connected lives. Finally, we must ensure continuity and long-term sustainability. That means keeping facilities open during construction where possible, and designing a center that will adapt and thrive for decades to come, not fall into decline again. The King Alfred should embody the values Brighton and Hove is a proud of fairness, community, environmental responsibility, and opportunity for all. Let's make this project that does not just rebuild a building, but rebuilds a confidence in what public investment can achieve and when guided by greater city of Brighton and Hove. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Asaduzman. Councillor Shanks.
Thank you. I just wanted to say something about Ash Church for Tewkesbury, actually, because I haven't heard it mentioned before until twice tonight, and now again, Ash Church for Tewkesbury is near where I used to live, and it's a lovely place, and you should go and visit it. But I don't know anything about the planning thing, but I'm going to look that up. I mean, I agree with Councillor Sykes. I mean, I like swimming in the sea. I don't really see the need for a swimming pool right on the sea, but anyway, it's taken a long time. I think I first moved here when they didn't get the Gary Tower. And if you've seen any of Gary's buildings anywhere, you think, what a shame we didn't get one in Brighton and Hove. There's one in, I just went recently to Paris. There's a fantastic one there. So it's a real shame. But we have got something now that's on the, it'll get there, hopefully. So I think we just have to support it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shanks. Councillor McNair, do you wish to respond to the debate?
It's great, thanks.
Councillor McNair, do you wish to respond to the debate?
No, Meadow.
Oh, Councillor Meadows, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our Conservative notice motion has come about because of the catastrophe that Labour are pursuing. I remember it well when it was Labour that prompted the idea of the I360, and it was Labour that pushed it through so far. Then the Greens came along with Councillor Kit Kat and finished it off. The numbers and footfall proposed for that disaster were exaggerated and inflated to such a degree some people didn't look to see through it for what it was, unworkable in practice. The King Alfred has much the same inflated numbers of extra people that would be using this facility, numbers who would, according to the report, be expected to travel for such a prestigious place. Yet, something simple like car parking is not increased. Disabled access to parking will not be increased. And large groups who travel together won't be able to use it unless they come by bus or cycle. In addition, the financials for this enterprise is dependent on taxpayers, Madam Mayor. The flats being built will presumably financially support this endeavour to some degree. Yet we and the taxpaying residents are not allowed to know to what degree. The financial information is scarce, but what it does show is we will be paying this for the next ever so many years. Does that sound familiar to you? Shady information with lots of promises. That is where it's similar to the I360. While Labour and Greens are busy dissing our norm, they quite clearly show that they don't care about the taxpayers or neighbours of this site. But I would still urge, obviously not really expecting it to happen, that this Labour administration put this idea on hold until we have the entire site costed and residents and councillors, and by that I mean all of us, not just one or two councillors in a conclave, know what we are getting into. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Meadows. Councillor McNair, do you wish to respond to the debate?
I'll just say that let's hope, that this council in 10 years' time, or maybe 20, are not arguing how we ended up with an unaffordable King Alfred and a large bill for our taxpayers.
Thank you, Councillor McNair. I will now put the notice of motion to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands? All those in favour?
No, don't. Didn't hear. All those in favour.
All those in favour? Councillor Robbins? I was clear. All those against? Any abstentions? I can confirm that the motion has been lost. Thank you. Thank you. That concludes the business for this evening, and I now declare the meeting closed.